Franklin County Board of County Commissioners now in session for our regular meeting here Wednesday, June 17th. We do have a lengthy agenda today, so we'll go ahead and get started this morning. Commissioner Croom, can you lead us in prayer, please?
Yes, sir. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day. We thank you for life. We thank you for putting us in this position that we're in to help serve and lead this great county. We ask you to be with the families that have suffered loss for loved ones, Lord. We ask you to heal our bodies, heal our families' bodies, heal our friends' bodies. Lord, we ask you for protection and guidance continually. And we pray for safe travels for the people that is in travel right now. In the name of your Son, Jesus. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Barone, is there anything that needs to be changed to the agenda that was published or added?
No, sir.
Okay.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. So we would entertain a motion to approve the agenda as it's been published.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Croom. It's been seconded by Commissioner Amison. Any discussion, Commissioners? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's a 5-0 vote. Up next, we need to approve minutes from the May 6, 2026 meeting and pay the county bills.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. In your bill package, you're going to see there was some runs that you guys have approved previously for manual check runs. But if you don't mind, would you approve those also? One was for the 2 ship homes. The other was for the Dixie Youth League when we paid for the hotel, the rooms for the tournament here recently.
So those have already been added in with the bill
Yes,
list?
they're in your package.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right.
So move.
Second.
All right. So we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward, it's been seconded by Commissioner Sanders, including the changes that Mr. Morone mentioned. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. All right. Mr. Floyd, Albert, we need to call you forward. Come here, don't just stand up here. We got some stuff to read to you. Now, this is going to be weird today for one reason and one reason only, and I'm sorry, this is the way I am. I still, when people say Albert Floyd, I say, who are you talking about? Oh, Bulldog. Oh, okay. Now I know who you're talking about.
Yeah.
It's all good, though. It's all good. So today, we have a resolution of appreciation. I want to read, and then, Board, we're going to ratify this by motion and vote. A resolution of appreciation for Albert Bulldog Floyd. A resolution of appreciation for Albert Floyd, Assistant Director, Animal Control, Solid Waste, and Parks and Recreation, affectionately known as Bulldog, in the recognition of his outstanding service, leadership, and lifelong commitment to Franklin County. Whereas Albert Floyd was born and raised in Franklin County, and he has a deep love for this community, and whereas Albert Floyd has shared his life in Franklin County with his lovely wife, Susan Floyd, and he raised all his children here in Franklin County. And whereas Albert Floyd has worn many hats throughout Franklin County, serving the community in numerous roles, including Apalachicola High School football coach for 8 years and Little League baseball and football coaching. And whereas Albert Floyd served with dedication for 30 years at the Apalachicola Fire Department, including continuing service. And whereas Albert Floyd has served Franklin County with great pride for 37 years, contributing in multiple capacities, including equipment operator, truck driver, and animal control officer. Excuse me. And whereas Albert Floyd's leadership is defined by his commitment to making others present, supporting others, and serving Franklin County with integrity and consistency. And whereas the citizens of Franklin County will greatly miss his service, and his colleagues will miss his daily smiles, words of encouragement, and the many stories he shared about how far this county has come. And whereas Albert Floyd's departments will always know that he has helped build the landfill and animal control program for Franklin County, creating value and foundations that will endure. Now therefore be it resolved that Franklin County hereby expresses its sincere appreciation to Albert Bulldog Floyd for his exceptional service, leadership, and lifelong devotion to the citizens of Franklin County. Be it further resolved that this resolution be presented as a permanent tribute to Albert Floyd's service and legacy, and that his impact on Franklin County will be remembered for years to come. This resolution adopted this 17th day of June 2026. Pleasure of the board.
So moved.
So moved.
Pleasure of the board.
So moved.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Croom,
Second.
second by Commissioner Ward. Any discussion, commissioners?
I want to get up there and get a picture with him.
Oh, yes, ma'am, we're about to do that. We're about to do
Hey,
that.
I'm ready.
All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Any opposed? Don't speak. Mr. Floyd, please come forward. We're going to take some pictures with you and give you this plaque.
And before he leaves out of here, I want to say something about him.
Well, yeah, we all do. You better not take off. You're not taking off.
Yeah,
right?
but I know I sometimes get forgotten.
Thanks for that, Jennifer. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So, Albert, what's today besides being this special day for you?
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Bulldog. Happy birthday to you.
Look at that. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
can I say something?
yes, you can.
I
Yes,
have personally worked with Bulldog on the animal control enforcement ordinance for decades, and there's a lot of great things I could say about Albert, but I'll just be very succinct. He is a perfect balance between compassion for the animal owner and public safety. Albert, great job, my friend. Stomped on your toe by accident.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I will say, don't leave yet, because I know you don't like the limelight. I know you kind of, but you didn't put on that resolution about chasing pigs, because he's done that too. It's not about the dogs, it's about other animals, but thank you. 37 years is a lot of time put in, and it's greatly appreciated. I know it hasn't always been easy. You've had multiple different bosses, but great job. We appreciate it. Now enjoy your retirement.
Well, thank y'all for allowing me to serve.
go ahead, Ms. Sherrill.
I want to say something. Don't you go nowhere. Come on. Come on back here. You ain't gonna leave that quick. I know you want to leave. But you know what? God has truly blessed you with 30 years with the county. But also the Lord blessed us when you walked through that front door and got hired. I've been here almost the whole span of time that you've been there. And through it all, you've got one of the kindest hearts that I've ever seen. And don't look at me because I may start crying, you know how I am. But you know what? I want you to go home, kick it back, you and Susan enjoy life, and be blessed.
I'd like to say something. I've known this man my whole life, you know.
Yeah.
Started with Pee Wee football. He was there. He was very welcoming. He treated every kid like they were his own sons. You have 2 sons, and I was fortunate to get on the fire department and serve with you there, and we had some good times going, fighting fires, and we had some sad times. And, you remain the same through everything. And fortunately, I was able to work with you the last couple of years, with the county. And you always answer the phone, no matter way back then to now, when I call. And that is, I thank you for that. And if you hear anything from me, you got my number still. Thank you.
I'll make it quick because I know you're ready. I don't know how we're gonna replace you. I just say it just like it is. I just like Commissioner Croom, I've known you since I was, I don't know, since I was walking. I've watched you out there. You've done great things through the years. And I told you to wait until my term was over and we'd all just hold hands together. But you didn't. But anyway, no, congratulations. You deserve it. And if there's anything I can ever do, I'm a phone call away.
Thank you for being a model of consistency, Albert. We appreciate you.
We can't let Fonda out there. You're not gonna let Fonda just walk out there. I did not say it.
What's up?
Your turn, Fonda.
It's fun.
So I just say a little bit about Albert here. 37 years. Again, like everybody has said, and he means so much. I'm gonna miss you.
I know he's gonna miss him.
I'd like to say more, but it won't make me back.
All right.
We still gonna call you.
There you go. We still got your number, so you have to change the
He
number.
just ain't gonna answer the phone. He'll be like, click.
Let him keep the county phone so we can find it.
There you go. Ms. Jennifer Daniels, please come forward. So before we talk about this recognition for this Trailblazer Award, if you would, please explain to everyone what that actually is.
The Big Bend Minority Chamber of Commerce is a group of amazing ladies, and I know you hear a lot of times, it was an honor to be nominated. This group of ladies, it was truly an honor to be nominated. They get together, they empower women, everything is about strengthening women to do more, to be there for one another. And to get the Trailblazer Award was just absolutely amazing. And it's not normally given to any government employees. It's all private business. They made an exception, which was lucky for me. Yes. And but it's an award that shows women who are trying to just do the best they can and even expand and do more in their field. Right. And so truly, it was just an amazing day.
Okay. So
yes,
was it a recognition or was it a plaque they gave you? How does that look like?
Yes.
Oh yeah, you need to have the hardware with you. Come on,
sorry,
I put that on your keychain.
Yeah.
Never lose days of that.
Lord Jesus. Yeah. Well, so Commissioner Sanders, you want to say anything?
Well, it's a Trailblazer Award. That means you've blazed the trail for some to follow. That's what we are.
Yes, ma'am.
We're trailblazers.
Yeah.
We do it all around. Every one of us in Franklin County are trailblazers in one way or another. And you know what? They're starting to recognize us a little bit more than what they used to.
Yes, ma'am.
So I am so proud of you, Jennifer.
Thank you.
Because it means a lot.
Yes, ma'am. It did.
It does.
Yes.
And I just want to say I am so proud of our county workforce, our county employees, and the people of Franklin County. I just love them.
We love you too.
All right. So you're not going to get by without coming forward and taking a picture that you got the hardware. Come on. Sorry, that's the way it goes.
Anybody
Oh, that just, come on.
We've already done that. Oh, you said anniversaries are
Exactly, no birthday anymore, just anniversary.
Anniversaries are 30 days. It's not,
Yeah.
no, it's a big one.
Ready, 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Thank you. Good job. Thank you, Jen. Congratulations. Recognized more and more.
Yeah,
State level.
it is. All righty.
Good.
Yep.
Well, Mr. Chairman, Jennifer, I'll echo what Commissioner Sanders said. You know, you blazed a trail for all of us to follow, all the people behind you to follow, and I think that that's great. Franklin County is on the map. We are getting more recognized, but it's people like you that make that happen. So, congratulations. I love, like you said, all of our county employees. We all do a phenomenal
Family.
job. We're all family, and everybody that goes to on a state level or whatever conference, we're represented very well, and it shows by the recognitions that you received. So congratulations, and thank you for all you do. Thank you.
So I will say this, knowing you, and I've known you for a long time. I don't remember ever not knowing you, but anyway, knowing you and the way you operate, you've not done anything to try to get an award. You were just doing what you were doing. And you're recognized for that. And that speaks volumes, because that's how true leadership performs. You're not doing it for the accolades, but it's nice when they come. So enjoy it, because you truly deserve it.
Thank you.
I got something. I'll make it quick. Congratulations, Jenny. Kind of like what other commissioners said, it's nice to know that Franklin County is on the map and continue to stay on the map. And what makes me most happy is when I go to certain counties and they say, "Oh, Franklin County," and they mention your name, you know. And that's so we're a model rural county when it comes to emergency operations. So, thank you for your commitment.
Mr. Chairman, real quick, I won't be, congratulations on the award. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
I mean, I'm always a phone call away, and I'm right down the road if you need me. Just keep blazing trails.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jen.
Well, can I say one last thing?
Yes.
I'm sorry. It may be my name on this, but it's not just me. It's my group, my girls, Jessica, Amanda, my CERT team, Tim. I couldn't do anything without this amazing group I've got. And that's kind of what makes Franklin County so special, is we all do pull together and make something happen. It may have my name, but it's never just me,
Right.
ever. So,
Good point.
thank you.
Thank you, Jen. All right.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
Yes. So Commissioner Anderson, I'll turn the next one over to you.
Okay. I don't even know how to start. I've been trying to figure this one out, but,
Want me to help you? Surprise!
That's all you have to do.
all right, 20 years ago, I get a phone call. And, anyway, I'm just gonna tell you what the phone call was. "Hey, cuz, Hoop's on my, T-ball team, and, we're gonna start practicing next Tuesday, and by the way, you coaching." And I was like, "What? No, you're coaching." And I think he told some other faces out there in the crowd they were coaching too. And that was 20 years. And all of our kids went through the years together coaching, playing ball. And, Greg and Betty was involved with the team. Then they took over the Dixie Youth League of Apalachicola, run it for years. And then they started a soccer program in Franklin County, literally from the ground up. I think at first, and I may be wrong, was having to travel over to St. Joe to play games. And then eventually we got enough participation, or you guys got enough participation because y'all did the work. And I got these kids encouraged to get out there and play, and you just built something that's transcended through the whole county. Because now we have games in Carabel, Appalachia, East Point, and I'm still going because now I have a soccer player. But But I mean, I got to sitting there really thinking about it. I was like, dang, man, I got old. It was 20 years ago, because Lucas and Hoot was what, 5, 6 years old? And y'all have been out there, still out there. And y'all, I mean, y'all got grandkids, but Cecilia, y'all got to pick it up. No, I'm just playing. They wouldn't let you anyway. You know, they're gonna be involved. But anyway, I think it was only I got a phone call some months back when we were doing the lighting program or project out there, and just for the record, everybody there's multiple hands in this. They don't want any acknowledgement, so we're going to wait till after this, and hopefully the chairman will give us a recess, and we can do that behind the scenes sort of thing. But I got a phone call, said, hey, would you be interested if we could put some lights over there and make this happen for Greg, Betty, and the family? I was like, shoot, yeah, I'm in. So through their dedication, their work, and our departments, and me just answering the phone call, that's all I did, but I get to talk about it. We decided that, well, I guess we're going to have to vote on that. But we want to dedicate that soccer field over there to the Sassnet family for their time, dedication, and service they've done to the community.
Yes.
And Mr. Chairman, I will pass it back to you to make that, so we can move that along.
All right. So I would entertain a motion to do as the commissioner has laid out here this morning.
If the board would allow me, I'd like to make that motion.
All right. Wayne.
Second.
All right. So we have a motion from Commissioner Amison, seconded by Commissioner Croom. Any additional discussion, commissioners? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. You opposed? That's unanimous, 5-0.
Mr. Chairman, congratulations. It's very well deserved. Y'all have put in a lot to this community, and it's greatly appreciated, so
Yes,
thank
it
y'all.
is. Yes, it is. Well, it's all we fit.
Can we make him stand up and clap now?
Please stand up. Well, we're going to stand up.
Mr. Chairman, I do need to add to that real quick. He's not going to give a speech. He'll be all day. we have a long agenda. Greg's not allowed to make a speech. No, with the sign, we have the sign ready. On the sign, it's going to say, it's going to say the Sassnet soccer field, and then it's going to be in memory of Greg's son that they've recently lost. We're going to leave that at that, because I can't do that.
So we'll leave that alone, but we do want to take some pictures.
Now that we're all tearing up, we're going
Yes.
to take pictures.
Yes,
Can I say something?
you can.
I'm gonna tell you something about Greg Sassnet. I always call him David Sassnet, by the way. That's a joke between me and him. But anyway, this man right here can fix a landline like nobody's business. Right, Greg? Clyde Millender and Gary Skipper was the only ones that could fix my telephone line. And now, y'all, I have to have a landline because I live 13 miles north of Caravelle down that dirt road. Well, one day I was having some problems and went down to the end of it, and there he was. He had them wires everywhere. And he says, Miss Cheryl, I'm going to get you up and running before too long. And I said, Greg, I appreciate that. But he is a man that loves to help people. And it doesn't matter if you're playing soccer or need your telephone fixed. You know why? He's a Franklin County, and we help people. That's what it's about. And this is the only thing, and I know Otis, this is passionate towards you. We wanted you all to know that we will never forget Jude and everything. And that's the way you do it. That's the way you do it.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
were you finished?
Well, it may just be a soccer field, but it's his soccer field, and y'all's is.
Kind of what Miss Cheryl just said. I was laughing internally here about the wires and everything. I remember I used to come to my grandmother's house a lot and fix her rotary phone. I got that rotary phone at my house now, so I'm gonna need you.
That thing can still work.
So,
Real.
20 years. Wow, 20 years of volunteering. That is a long time. 20 years of arguing back and forth, dealing with parents. I can't do it. Yesterday I was volunteered to coach a volleyball team, and I got kicked out. Beach volleyball up in Marietta. But anyways, so it's not for everybody. But, you know, it was for y'all. And we thank y'all for y'all's service to our community.
Well, I'll say this, before we come and take pictures. We have any number of people that do this in our community, have done it for years, but none as steady and consistent as Greg and Betty Sassonet. And that is just what you described, Commissioner. When you're trying to coach not just your kids, but other people's kids, that's a trust that's placed in you. And you're helping to develop through sports, because everything don't always go the way it needs to go. Sometimes it's just not a good day. But when you have somebody that's consistently coaching you and trying to teach you, look, you just have to keep at it. You have to trust the process. You have to keep doing what you know to do, and every day won't be a bad day. There's things you got to learn, things you got to improve, things you got to work on. Folks, that's life. Every day is not a bad day. You know, it's just a bad day, not a bad life. So through people like Greg and Betty Sassonet, those things are being passed on to our kids and by proxy to our community. And I will be forever thankful for people like you. Thank you for everything.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I'm gonna let y'all know, we've been talking about Wires and Greg, but without that lady sitting beside him, none of this would have went down. Because she's the one that kept the ball rolling. She kept all of us straight for years. And God bless you. I don't know how you did it, but we love you.
Mr. Davis?
Myself, as Park and Recreation Director, I also want to give you all a great big thanks. Actually, me and Greg were just talking, we started coaching probably in 95, maybe somewhere up in there. We had 2 kids on a baseball team, so he go way back being involved with the youth. Again, thank you all from the Park and Recreation Department. I have Miss Susie back there, who she love to hear from Miss Betty, so we're not gonna count you all out. Again, we thank you, and we're a phone call away, and I hope y'all feel the same way. Also, I want to mention that, you know, the lights. We just got the Musco lighting system out there at D.W. Wilson. And when that happened, all of a sudden, individual said to me, said, well, you know, let's light up this soccer field over here. And I know they don't like to be called, but I feel like it need to be, his name, his business need to be recognized. And he may get me after this, but Cake's Electric. He wants to make this happen. I love you all. I know you don't like it, but again, I mean, it's just for the youth. And not only just D.W. Wilson or Apalachicola, anywhere over the county, we call them and say, we need this. They make it happen. Thank you.
This is real trouble.
Hey, you guys can go see that group picture. Oh, yeah. Ladies first, real train, my friend. Let's leave that close so you can take a picture once. We're gonna recess.
Okay, 1, 2, 3.
three. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. All right, y'all. Thank y'all.
So I talked to Mr. Gregg and Ms. Betty, they both, neither one said they would speak or say anything.
Oh, we just want to thank everybody for this, the county and all our sponsors, all our coaches. We're blessed. Thank you.
We're going to recess for 5 minutes. Franklin County Board of County Commissioners now back in session. Mr. Rowland, who's that we hear?
Feedback.
Okay. All right, so next on the agenda is Mr. Chris Doolin, Small County Coalition, here to talk to us about property tax reduction. Give us an update. Attending via Zoom, correct?
Yes,
There you go. Mr. Doolin, go ahead, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, and if I could take some preliminary privilege and say a few things. I have property in Franklin County, and I've worked very closely with many of you over the years. My partner, Bob Jones, with the seafood industry, and I want to start by recognizing your leadership and commending all of you for the role and the time that you've taken to serve. And more than that, outside the county, your participation in the various organizations that are there to provide support and leadership and protection. Mr. Jones, I appreciate you. You serve as our vice chairman. We have a meeting next week. I see that all of you are registered. We will have a small county coalition meeting on Wednesday morning at 7 o'clock. It's a breakfast from 7 to 8:30. I want to commend your role in policy as it relates to your engagement in the Florida Association of Counties, which is a partner organization of ours. We're kind of like the rifle shot at a target. They're like the shotgun approach. They have to deal with a lot of issues, and we do get involved. But your commissioners have been very involved in water and environment, ag and natural resources, health, safety, and justice. Ms. Ward was the vice chairman of that committee. Mr. Jones served on the preemption committee, which is one of the issues that the Florida legislature has gotten involved a lot, preempting local governments and finance and tax administration. You know, Franklin County is a kind of the epicenter of major issues, whether it's the Apalachicola Bay, which to you is as important as, and we have said this, as the Everglades is to South Florida. So when they start talking about environmental and support for the Everglades, which, you know, we do support, the Apalachicola Bay is a significant to the country, and especially to the region. Hurricane recovery, grading of roads. My commissioner is Ms. Sanders, and she is she's great. Our family loves Ms. Cheryl, and so whether it's mosquito control or fire or water quality, solid waste, Fonda Davis, you know, I call them every once in a while to see where we need to go put our trash or, you know, debris. The parks, you got beautiful parks, and you know, so what we're going to talk about. Oh, let me say this too: bears. You guys are leaders as far as pointing out, because it's a problem, and I took great pleasure in working with Representative Schoaf and Senator Simon on the recent bear protection bill. Really, I mean, I know this, regardless of that piece of legislation, which was needed, because there were some abuses where people were getting arrested and this, that, and the other, when all they were trying to do is protect their property, protect their pets, protect their kids. So, very good. And I do recall meeting Mr. Amison and at the FWC, and all of you came forward on the oyster issue and the bear issue. So I do appreciate you guys very much. The budget this year, and I'll get to property tax shortly, the governor has not received the budget from the legislature yet, and so all the projects are still a bit in limbo. You guys should be in, I would think you'd be in pretty good shape. You know, Representative Schoaf is very aligned with things, as well as Corey Simon. So hopefully you will be okay, and we'll have to see when the budget comes out. And I'm sure when the budget comes over from the legislature, the governor will move very quickly. And I think there will be a substantial list of vetoes. So notwithstanding that, the Small County Coalition is a group of 39 counties. We were formed to create an additional presence in the legislature. We have about 19 House members or senators, 17, 18, 16 or so, and we got about 30 House members. So to coalesce around issues is important. We, with all y'all's support, have been influential with fiscally constrained funding, solid waste funding, many other things. But the issue, the biggest alligator closest to our boat, and it's a big one, is the analysis of the property tax proposal. And before you on the screen is a cover page of a document I sent over. And we'll go through this again next week. And then there will be some additional conversation at the Florida Association of Counties with a policy committee board and presentation. So with that, what you have on the screen is just an overview of what I'm going to cover. My remarks are not partisan. They are not scare tactics. They are what we are encouraging all of our counties to do, and I'm pleased that you asked me to join you this morning. And so we're going to go through what's proposed, what happens if it passes, what do the proposals do, how do we determine what's a success and what's a failure. And the key element is informing the voters of the impact. As a board, you have the constitutional responsibility of implementing statutes and implementing the Constitution, and you will do that. And depending on the outcome of the vote in November, we either are going to continue to be transparent, to be efficient, or we will do what this proposal says. And we will get into that. Next page, please. So what we have is a proposal that does a number of things, primarily with the homestead exemption. Currently, folks receive a $50,000 exemption. If this proposal passes, it will increase in 26-27 or 27-28 up to $150,000. So properties that are $150,000 or more will get a $150,000 or less will get exempt of $150,000 of value. In 28-29, it will increase to $250,000, and it's an amendment that needs 60% of the vote. And it is expected to, if it passes, to have a significant impact around the state on city and county services, revenue that transition into services. And it's about an $8.4 billion hit total. Now, I'm not going to go into the rest of this. You have this. Counties and cities will be restricted to an extent on core services. The amendment that passed is not as restrictive as prior amendments that were considered in the House. So you will have some flexibility within the parameters of what is in the amendment itself. It will also, for those of you that have Save Our Homes or additional non-homesteaded, the Save Our Homes caps increases at 10%, and that is going to be reduced to 5%. Which will also impact revenue and services. So the third thing is that there's a residency requirement. Effective, if you own property and have a homestead prior to December 31st of 2026, you will receive the benefit of the amendment. If you are not a homeowner, after January 1st, if you buy a home, you will have to wait for 5 years before you qualify. Next page, please. So here's a kind of a listing of what actually the bill does. I've covered that. I've covered that in my comments. So I will, let's just kind of go through that. Look at number 7, though. All the previous amendments were absolutely restricted, that you had to continue current funding for sheriff, EMS, firefighters, etc. That's not as restrictive in the amendment. The amendment talks about protecting these areas, protecting, but it's still within your purview. It does not say anything about maintaining current level funding for constitutional officers, for the sheriff, for EMS, for any of that. But you have, there is, now that number 8 is no longer there. In the amendment, there was a trust fund that people could apply to that was removed from the bill because it would have caused a feeding frenzy after the amendment, if the amendment passes, of people coming to the state asking for support. That's not in the bill any longer. And I'll talk about the issue of the governor had talked, most of the proposals protected education. Most of the, and we also had a commitment as it relates to offsetting the impact on fiscally constrained. That's no longer insured. Let me just say that. If this passes, trust that we will go back in and ask for an offset, which we have done, and of all the last previous constitutional amendments, received an offset for the 25,000 homestead, for the conservation lands, for the CPI increases, anything that affects fiscally constrained counties, whatever the cost of that was, your residents still get the benefit, but the state picks up the tab. Probably about $85 million go into fiscally constrained constitutional amendments. There are a number of other fiscally constrained allocations, the sheriff deputy salary issues. There's about a $22 million issue there. So, as far as a safety net, I would have to tell you that it is not guaranteed. So let's go on to the next slide. The House Joint Resolution number 1 had to pass by 60% in the legislative, both sides. It did. I have links here that you guys can go into that will give you the actual language if you choose to access those links. And it also provides a staff analysis, which gives you more in-depth description. Now, down at the bottom, if you could scroll down just a bit, it goes into, this is the effect of the bill. I've talked about it, 150, 250. I don't know if that gets down to the bottom of the page, but you can see on your handout, there has to be a uniform procedure for local governments to increase their the assessed value of the exemption. It does reduce non-homestead property assessment limitation from 10 to 5%. That was there for the non-homestead properties, businesses, etc. Let's go to number 4, or the next page, please. All right, this was a bill that accompanied the constitutional amendment. And what it does, it sets the parameters for how initially the proposal will be considered. It is not an implementing bill. With a constitutional amendment that may need further definition, we have an implementing bill, and we will pursue an implementing bill. There will be an implementing bill after this is considered. And we will ask for a fiscally constrained component to that. The incoming House Speaker, Sam Garrison, out of Clay County, has already indicated that we're not going to have other counties pick up the tab for other counties. And so, whether that was just a red flag to concern folks, it did. It has. And we will work with that. So let's slide down. Slide down to the bottom of this page. There will be website on the Department of Revenue's site that taxpayers can go in and get an estimated impact. It's required on the trim notice to be mailed, and uniform notice establishing a uniform informing the property owners. And the amendment is restricted to it's exempted from a 75 word. So when people go to the polls and they read these constitutional amendments, what's critically important is the title. The title of this talks about reduction of services. It doesn't talk about, it does say reduction of taxation, but then it goes into a reduction of services. The amendment doesn't really talk about that per se, and you do have flexibility, and you will have to make some cuts if you don't have additional capacity. So let's go to the next section. Let's talk about a little bit, and again, if you can slide on down, the amendment needs 60%. Okay, let's go back up just a little bit. So the voters, as we know, nobody likes to pay taxes, and many voters who love taxes will vote against this if they feel that the quality of their community services that are used, whether it's grading of roads, getting cut down to, once every X number of months. You guys do a great job on these dirt roads. I can attest to that, and I do appreciate it. But looking at, here's what the voters feel. They generally support tax cuts, they're protecting their homestead, and government efficiency. But they also are supportive of law enforcement, fire rescue, emergency services, libraries, mosquito control, parks, maintenance of roads, senior programs, military services, and more. And down there, who will be, we've used the term, who are the winners here, and who potentially will this cost? Well, homesteaded owners are going to be the beneficiary. They will receive these increased exemptions, and I'm sure everybody would appreciate getting that. The losers on this are your commercial property owners, because it will shift the burden of taxation or the responsibility for buying services over to the commercial properties, to apartment owners. I don't know how many renters you have in your community, but it will be shifted over to them. And when there's an increase in someone who rents their property, or an apartment owner, or this and that, their rent's going to go up. Could. I suspect it probably will. So it doesn't protect renters, second homeowners, small businesses, and rural counties will have a disproportionate impact. So let's go down to the next slide. So, what is going to determine the success or failure of this amendment? Well, those in favor will say it's going to save homeowners thousands of dollars every year. Those concerned about it are deputies, firefighters, EMS, local services across the board. And you've acknowledged a couple people in your audience today, parks, EMS, fire, all those are under the microscope, just like everything else. So rural counties, look at that second to the last bullet. Rural counties already defined by statute are fiscally constrained if the value of a mill is not more than $5 million. We're very concerned about these counties becoming, many of them at 10 mills, many of them with low tax values, will become wards of the state. And if there's no offset, there will be a serious problem in those that are at 10 mills or close to 8, 9, 10 mills. I'll get into that in a minute. Franklin County has been fortunate, I would say, because you have valuable property on the coastline, and you have probably a pretty good number of people with second homes, but you've kept your millage rate low. And over the last 5 years, you've reduced your millage rate. You've been very cognizant of the impact on your local community, and for that, you need to be congratulated. However, Bradford, Calhoun, Dixie, Hamilton, and many others will have a significant impact on that. I want to go to the third bullet from the bottom. You know, when you look at something and there's a string out of your sweater and you start pulling on that string, your sweater becomes a little bit unraveled. This bill is unfair. Of many problems with this bill, it's unfair to those serving in the military. Well, why is that? We have 20 military bases in the state of Florida. And folks are assigned, serving in the military, active service, will get assigned to a base. And if they want to rent property or maybe they want to buy a home, they've got to wait. They've got to wait for 5 years. I think that's something that people ought to think about. Now, current military retirees will get it if they own property, but those that come into our state that serve our country in a military capacity, Florida is one of the most significant and positive states as it relates to military. But this is a problem. I think this, for people like me who love the military and respect the military, this is something that is a problem and certainly will be talked about in certain corners of who votes for this amendment. And the last thing, you know, this conversation of consolidation or eliminating governments, there's a lot of cities that may not be able to exist and may just go away. But the ultimate result, some folks from out in urban areas, or, you know, they hear about fiscally constrained, or what, you know, why am I paying for your, to offset your taxes? Well, let me tell you why. Because a lot of those counties, if you look at what they get funded, you're talking about millions of dollars for beach renourishment, all water projects, you know, so when I look at this and you look at the county by county funding, folks out of Broward or Dade or wherever, if they complain about, well, we don't want the state to offset fiscally constrained, my line is, hey, you know, I'm looking over at that county by county report, seeing how much money you get. But it's not an us against them, because it's an issue that we have, all 67 counties, going on down, please. So what do? I think the first thing, and what we'll go through a little bit, is you got to determine the impact of the property tax on your counties. How much will it impact your county? Statewide, first year, $3.6 billion. In the second year, $6.4, and it will increase. The Florida Association of Counties, which we will work extremely closely with, we have a great relationship based on the leadership of people like Cheryl Sanders and Lily Rooks and folks early on. We didn't always have the best relationship. We couldn't, you know, folks would say, well, we can't do that because, you know, the bigs wouldn't support it. Well, Cheryl and others got involved, and we got people on the board of directors, and we got people elected to the executive committee, and I can tell you without a shadow of a doubt that rural, small county policies are embedded into the Florida Association of Counties legislative program. So that's good. It wasn't always like that. And Cheryl, I want to commend you, and I'm glad that you're still involved, and I hope to see all of you next week. So the first thing we do is you got to determine your impact, and we will do that. The second thing is, you know, is there any capacity to offset this within your current revenue authority? Well, you know, we want to make sure that people understand exactly what the cut or the impact's going to be in the 27-28 budget year. You're currently going through the 26-27 budget, and I've got some comments about that. We want to make sure, and you know, working with your property appraiser, because some of the data that we're using now with Florida Association County and a number of economists may not be totally correct. So you need to have a working group down there with your property appraiser giving you information. You know the value of a mill in your, do you have fiscal capacity? I'm not saying you're going to raise your millage. You may not. You don't want to, but you know, you have to look at the services that are going to be reduced. And so if there are alternative revenue, determine, do you have alternative revenue sources? Are there others? Some people are concerned that, these governments are just, it's not going to be a problem because they're just going to go out and have another taxing fee, MSBU, whatever. So the next thing is to clearly show the impact on services. And you can do that in advance. And show the impact on the increased taxation for non-homestead and renters. So let's move on. I'll go ahead. I'll go back to that consolidation of counties. That is not anything that's specifically on the table right now, but it is very much on our minds and your minds, and you have the Taxation and Budget Reform Commission coming in 2027. That will be a venue that if something comes up on restructuring budget, taxation, local governments, that's the venue that will come forward in. So we'll be very diligent on that. I know that all of you on policy committees and the Florida Association of Counties will be very engaged in that. We will be as well. We like to play with the big group, but if there's a disproportionate impact on small counties, we will make that clear and we will do what we need to do. And sometimes we get a little on the outs with some folks, but you got an insurance policy in the Small County Coalition that takes care of rural issues as best as we can through our legislators and through the work of our county commissioners. So we developed this out of Wakulla County. Ralph Thomas, they did a presentation over there, and his thought process was this: use the current budget process for 26-27. You know what your revenues are now, and what I would suggest that you do is go ahead and develop your budget as you would with existing revenues or whatever the revenues you determine. And second, I say develop a second budget. May not be totally in that form, but what you need to do, budget one will be based on current revenues and current services, and develop that budget using current revenues. Budget two will be based on the impact of the budget reduction. So if you didn't do anything but absorb the reduction, how will that impact your county? This budget should show how the county will reduce current programs or the services if the amendment passes. So that is something that the budget process is a public process. You have public workshops, you have public testimony. I would encourage people initially, if you are very clear on what's going to happen, you can fund your current services through 26-27. But in 27-28, I think what this proposal suggests is you need to let those folks, the recipients of those services, the people that enjoy getting their road graded when it's need to be graded, picked up the trash, those kind of things, you need to show, start with your revenue available, your priority programs, your law enforcement, your EMS, those things that you know are critical to your community. The other programs are not less critical, but they're more optional per se. So you need to list those out. You need to inform whether there are boards out there, your libraries, your parks boards, the folks that are engaged as volunteers. You need to invite them, or I would suggest you invite all those service recipients to your workshops. This is not a scare tactic. This is your responsibility, and you do that, and you inform the public so that they understand when they go to the ballot in November what is going to happen in 27-28. But by developing this second budget, you're showing them what very likely is going to happen. Okay, so down at the bottom, you have working with your taxing authorities. Make sure they use the same process, or it's an understandable process as it relates to defining exactly what this is going to do as it relates to a reduction of revenue and how the balloon is going to be, the responsibility for taxation is being shifted over to a smaller pool of payers, and to what extent are those organizations, businesses, your oyster industry, your variety of your tourism, your, a variety of any other business, your restaurants, etc. So make sure your taxing authority works very closely. Work with your partners to coordinate a consistent message that is being developed and presented. That is basically, we want to inform you of the impact that this is going to have. We certainly want to fund libraries. We certainly want to fund our parks, and you have beautiful parks. Quite frankly, I drive by, and every once in a while I stop and let the grandkids out and play on the swings and stuff like that. So then the latest data, use the latest data. Work very closely. All of you are involved in the Florida Association of Counties. There will be a very strong presentation on Thursday afternoon, our breakfast. We will put our toe in the water, essentially the same presentation to talk with them about. Ralph Thomas is going to share some thoughts, and others can share their thoughts. But what millage value is available? Do you have capacity to offset this if you choose to do that? If those cuts are so significant to your community in terms of the culture, in terms of the services, in terms of your recreational programs, anything you fund, do you have capacity to offset that? Let's go to the next screen. So what will be the impact on Franklin County? The increase, just go back up just a tad. Okay, the increase of the 150,000 exemption in 27-28 is going to be close to $1 million. The increase in 28-29 is going to be close to 1.6 million. The reduction of the homestead cap to 5% is looking towards $1 million, and in 28-29 it's close to 2.2 million. So the total revenue per reduction from the proposed amendment in 27-28 will be 2.2 million, and in 28-29 it will be 3.8 million. Now, does Franklin County have capacity? Let's go on, slide on down, just a tad. Yep, okay. So your revenue sources primarily are sales tax and some fees. I'm not familiar with the fees or the other revenues that you guys have. But your millage rate is 5.222, and that's, I'm not saying it's low, I'm saying it's very efficient. It provides for your community, and it has, knowing that many of your taxpayers don't live in the county, they have second homes. You've been very diligent to try to keep your tax base low because of the residents in your county, their financial capacity, the struggles that they have. And so you certainly have been, you're to be commended for having an efficient use of their taxpayer dollars. And what is the value of a mill? So if you would try to replace it, one mill generates $3.3 million. So going back up on the impact, you guys could go up a mill of property tax and offset this thing. I'm not saying you should, and folks in the audience are probably thinking, well, I hope you don't do that or this, that, and the other. But I want everybody to understand, what you're doing is protecting services and providing for a continued growth and protection for your local community. Not sure if you have a 1 cent sales tax, you may. That will generate 3.8 million. So to do that, you've got to go through some processes and get approvals and this, that, and the other. So, Mr. Chairman, with that, hopefully, and I'll be able to respond to any questions per se, but that provides an overview of what this is going to be. The critical issue now is to understand what may come of this amendment and how will you deal with it in terms of service reductions or offsetting the cut with other revenue sources. And I'm not making a comment about that at all. We were successful in the legislature of carving out education. So it would have been a $6 billion hit on the statewide schools. And for Mr. Crooms, we were able in the legislature to maintain the 250,000 base in safe schools. I appreciate your involvement with that. I want to tell y'all, every one of you is a leader. And you attend meetings, you go to state agency meetings, whether it's FWC, primarily, or Department of Environmental Protection, or, other transportation. Those are all services, and you guys have close connections. I know you do. I know Mr. Amison knows folks, and all of you do, Ricky, you and everybody, and Jessica. So I just want to kind of leave it with that. But what are the kind of services that you have? You got law enforcement, you have water quality issues, you've got the tourist development, promoting your county, you've got the roads, hurricane recovery, oyster protection of the bay, solid waste, animal control. I personally, as a resident, have called, and I've been very responsive from all across the board. And when I see your road graders out in front of my house on that back dirt road, I always walk out and ask them if they want a glass of water, and if I have any cigars, I offer them a cigar. And so we have a great relationship, very responsive, and that's probably pretty much what I have to share with you this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chris. Commissioners, do you have any questions?
I just have a couple of statements. Chris, we've been doing this a long time, and I just want to know, I thought at one time in the very beginning of discussions about doing something like this at the state level, they were talking about maybe possibly not, I wouldn't call it carving out, but making sure that the physically constrained counties were not hurt no more than what they were already hurt. Do you see them going back on this or just leaving it like it is?
Well, I'm glad you brought that up. When this was first talked about, the governor taking the lead on property tax reform, he talked about offsetting fiscally constrained counties, that he used the term budget dust. He talked about it being about a $400 million issue to take care of our small counties. That was not in the bill. They talked about protecting education. That was not in the bill until North Florida folks called Jay Trumbull, and he made the move, and he's going to be the incoming president of the Senate after Jim Boyd for the next 2 years. So no, it's not protected. And now be that said, Cheryl, you know our ability to influence. You got Jason Schoaf there. You got Chad Johnson, used to be a commissioner in Levy County. He's there. You got 17 or so, and they need to well, they certainly understand the impact, but the incoming speaker has said, we're not going to have some counties, we're not going to take care of people. Well, I'm not too sure about that. I did present some testimony on the second bill. All of the current fiscally constrained offsets will be maintained. You will, the $80 million, well, I say that, but, we have to see what the implementing bill looks like. So there will be an implementing bill, Commissioner, that we will ask that it be included another section of fiscally constrained to offset the impact of the reductions from this particular amendment. I will tell you that it's not going to be as easy as it has in the past. We don't have the Will Kendricks. We don't have the Alan Boyds. We don't have the Pat Thomases. We don't have the Dempsey Barons that have always and understand. So I just want to say we've got to have a very, very straightforward effort to communicate, and this bill was going to pass. This bill was going to pass, and none of the legislature, I mean, it did. You know, it was interesting that this was the last special session. Well, the week prior, they dealt with the budget. So here you have all those projects sitting there, and you have all those legislators concerned that if they voted no on this, they'd get their projects vetoed. So that's just the way it works. Now, there were 2 Republicans that voted no. Mr. Boyles out of Santa Rosa, or Okaloosa, and Judge Pat Meany from same area. And the reason they voted no was the impact on military. So, you know, long answer for a very straightforward question. Our work is ahead of us here. And what we've got to try to do now is to share with the voter and folks that are impacted so they understand it is a choice that they have. And it will have one effect or another. So next question, if you got it.
Ms. Cheryl, can I chime in since we're talking about this? Chris, kind of along what Commissioner Sanders was just talking about, you know, if the state is encouraging local government to reduce property taxes collection, is the state is going to provide a mechanism to replace the funding for constitutionally and our statutory required services?
Great question. And that's been a dialogue from the very beginning when the House had nine or so proposals. One passed, but it was not taken by the Senate. No, there is no conversation about a replacement revenue. Initially, a legislator out of Marion County had proposed to offset the impact through an increase in sales tax, 2 cents or 3 cents, something like that. Well, you know, the governor wanted to consider that possibly, but as you well know, the relationship between the House and Senate for the last 2 years has not been good. That's a very kind way of saying it's been disastrous. I've been around this process for multiple decades. This has been the worst relationship for the last 2 years that I've seen between the House and Senate and the governor's office that I've ever seen, and it was detrimental to things we needed. You know, Ben Albritton had that Rural Renaissance program. Not one thing. We were able to slip a couple things through, but not one thing. Anything with rural. The Speaker of the House, you know, dug in his heels, and that's what happened. So no, there is no replacement revenue contemplated at this time.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I got a question. First of all, Chris, thanks for being here today and presenting. And in your presentation, you talked about the value of the 1 cent local option sales tax, which we have. We're maxed out on that. That goes for our hospital. Because I was thinking, all right, well, how can we offset some of these costs? People in the community may not realize, everybody that is knowing about this is going to say, of course they don't want to pay taxes, so this is probably going to pass. But they don't understand the knee-jerk reaction it's going to have on our citizens in terms of what services that are provided. So my question is, since we're maxed out on the 1 cent for a sales tax, to help us offset the cost, can or will or has there been conversation for them to increase, because I think you and I talked about this in the past, I kind of pushed for it before, to increase that limit of how much we can get for sales tax, instead of one cent getting 2 cents or 3 cents or 5 cents.
Right. There's a small county surtax that small counties can vote in by, I think it's a supermajority of 1 penny. And there's a limit on the number of sales tax options that you have. Some are for healthcare, some are for EMS, some, variety of other. We have proposed to enable small county surtax to go to 2 cents. I will tell you, without a question, it was made very clear to me that under prior leadership, and I would suspect the future leadership, there will be no, look, I can tell you that I met with the highest ranking official in the Senate and Terry Burrows and John Meeks and I, and we were asking for that second penny. It simply enables the folks at the local community to say, okay, if we have to go to a referendum on that, we were even willing to say, yeah, okay, let's do that. When the initial 1 cent does not have to be a referendum for a small county. But it was made very clear. There will be no tax increase at the state level. Furthermore, we were shared with, there will be no legislation authorizes other governing bodies to increase taxes. And we got up, Mr. Burrows was a little concerned about that. It was his local senator. And he said, well, you don't really have to do anything. You just authorize this and let the people vote on it, and then we can use it for infrastructure or whatever. And we got up to leave, and the senator stood over in front of the door and said, do you understand what I'm saying? Well, certainly I've been doing this for 50 years, and yeah, I understood. And but no, they're at this point. Now, things may change, but Florida is a low-tax state, and they want to keep it that way. So all these conversations are going to go forward, Commissioner Ward, and we'll do our best to communicate that. But the obligation or the responsibility that you have is to have a real conversation with Representative Schoaf and Senator Simon, and see how they are, what they're willing to do. But prior to that, we've got to make sure that we are very deliberative and very clear about the impact of this. And I will say this on your initial comment. It is not a fait accompli that this is going to pass. There are polls there. It's close, but it's not at 60%. And so one of the concerns we expressed was we're going to get, small counties are going to be tsunami. You don't have a lot of voters. And so we really don't control. But if it's close, your small counties and the impact on them could be one of the major factors as it relates to passenger failure. And for the people in the audience, we understand. We do understand. And, running an efficient government with government services. So it is a question that the community needs to take a look at, to understand. And this second budget that we're talking about, you need to be very, very clear. In Wakulla, they had, you ever seen those fundraising thermometers and you got your goal up at the top, and as you get more money in, it goes on up? What they did was they started at the top. How much money did they have? And all the programs were listed, and they started funding them on down, and pretty darn soon they got to a cut line. I think the impact in Wakulla is about $9 million. So no, as far as the additional revenue, I don't see that. I don't think we ought to plan on it. We're certainly going to work for offsets, for alternative revenues, for more flexibility, those kinds of things. And certainly don't preempt us anymore, and don't start passing legislation that's going to increase our costs, like the sovereign immunity bill that's going to increase your insurance rates for covering for liability of accidents that are related to government and the public. So that's going to go up from $250,000 to $300,000 and $300,000 to $450,000. I think that's what it's going to. But your insurance coverage is going to be an increased cost, and there are other increased costs. Medicaid cost share. I mean, you're bound by paying Medicaid cost share, and that depends on eligibility. And so you pay probably a couple hundred. I'm not sure I ought to have that spreadsheet, but you know what you got to, and that's a fixed cost that's got to be paid, and there are other things as well. So thank you for the question, Jessica.
One more, Mr. Chairman. My thing too is, property taxes. I mean, let's face it, if it does get eliminated, we're all probably going to say, depending upon how much you pay, of course, $50, $100 a month for the most part, I guess, just the rough math in my head, but if they're gonna do something to save our people money, have they talked about the homeowner's insurance cost? Because if they're gonna start wanting to cut and help the people of Florida out, why not go there first? Because let's face it, I mean, I don't know about you guys, but my house insurance is way higher than my property tax, which I don't have a very big house, but still, I don't know if there's any, I doubt there's been any conversation about that, because we got a lot of lobbyists up there for the insurance companies, but that's the first thing I would have done is, all right, well, let's give these people a break on their homeowner's insurance. But
Exactly. One of the previous proposals in the House provided for the exemption, but then required that the county, that it had to be allocated towards a reduction of property insurance. And, well, who did that benefit? And that benefited the insurance industries. So why would you tell the public that they have to use their tax break to pay for increase in their insurances? Some of you might want to buy a car, some of you, so I did testify on that. And one of the things about me is I haven't gotten smart enough to avoid conflict or presenting the facts that may or may not be supported by the committee. But yeah, so absolutely, this it's an affordability issue. And what are the impacts on affordability? Your gas prices, your homeowners insurance, your all the other things that are going to impact, that have gone way up, way more than any percentage of your property tax. Now, it's still taxes, and people don't like to pay taxes. And trusting government, other than hopefully in Franklin County, where you have such a good commission. And congratulations, Cheryl and Otis, for being unopposed. So that's I'm sure that's a relief. It certainly is for us to see those folks coming back. So congratulations on that. Okay, next question.
Anyone else?
I've got something to say, just to finalize, because I know you've got other meetings you need to attend to, Chris, but I thank you for doing this, and I look forward to seeing you next week when we can get a better picture of what's really going on. But to me, this is nothing but what's been happening over the last few years on home rule powers to your local municipalities and county commissions. And every year they have somebody or someone has taken some more powers off of the counties and the municipalities to make the decision for their own people that they represent. So this is just part of it. But I thank you for your time, and I know you got to run and all, but I look forward to seeing you next week.
Yes, ma'am, and your traveling buddy too. I talked to her the other day, and she's doing well.
And just to let you know, Miss Lily is coming with me. So
I know.
Even though
I know.
Even though
Look,
she's retired, she still stays involved.
I know, and let me tell you, anywhere I go to a state meeting, I always check to see if Miss Cheryl's coming, because you just got to be prepared. And but I do want to say this, Mr. Crooms, I so appreciate you and your willingness to call Mr. Amison. We talked on the oyster thing and the bear funding and things of that nature. Ricky, you're a champ, and Jessica, you guys are really good. And whatever I can do to help you, you got a good region, Wakulla, Gulf, the folks up around you, Gadsden, Washington, Jackson. This is gonna hit this region very hard. And you're going to become wards of the state. And, you got your Hamiltons, Lafayettes, and Glades. They have nowhere to go. The other thing we did, just as a side point, you're absolutely right, Ms. Cheryl. Government closest to the people. Which one is that? That's local government. Do you want Congress? Are you going to count on Congress and your congressman? Hopefully, maybe. You want the legislature? I'm not being critical because I'm a policy guy, but, sometimes they've done exactly what you said. And so your local officials are closest. You see them in the grocery stores, you see them at church,
Yeah.
you see them wherever you go in your local community. And so the legislators don't have to face that, nor do your congressmen. So let me end with that. I do want to say as well, my relationship with Franklin County, Michael Schuler and Mike Marone and Fonda Davis, you guys are great. And, I know that we've talked on the side, and all of you can communicate with me anytime you want. Now, but, does anybody not get my briefings? Does everybody get my briefings? Mr. Amison, are you getting my briefings?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm actually
Okay.
not. I don't know if you
Uh-oh.
went to my .gov email or not, but I haven't got an email from you in a while. It kind of hurt my feelings,
Okay.
Chris.
Okay. We'll get that fixed. We'll get that fixed.
I do have one question before you go, Chris. And again, like Commissioner Ward said, thank you for the presentation. That's what we really wanted to have, was just an honest, level-headed discussion, and one of many to come, I'm sure, for what we're going to face, because I'm, like you and a lot of other people in the room, this is going to pass. People are going to vote for a tax break for themselves. That's not going to not happen. But I will say this, so there are several things that we fund, and if you will, they're in different buckets. One of those buckets that's really going to be hit by what we're looking at, and good, bad, or indifference, the way it is quality of life. So we're going to fund healthcare, we're going to fund security, we're going to fund other stuff like that. But quality of life, and some of the language they used, if I'm not wrong, they're not just talking about, and this has just been the discussion so far, but this legislation isn't just talking about a reduction in property tax. It's talking about giving local governments a set 5 or 6 things that the monies that they do receive can be spent on, and they would be defining that. So, any of your NGOs, the senior center, the monies we give for food pantries, the stuff we do for the youth sports teams that we're about to talk about here in a minute. There's, I think, 7 or 8 of them that are advancing to state tournaments, which is a good thing. We're not going to be able to, we legally will not be able to continue to provide those dollars in that framework unless we find a way around it. But, that's, I guess, a conversation we'll have to have during budget time. But my question I have is, do parks and recs and things like that are quality of life services fall under infrastructure in the way that they're talking about, or have you heard that discussed?
Well, there have been discussions, and I will tell you that the bill that passed, I'm not going to say it provides broad flexibility, but some of the categories, when we asked, like the mosquito control people got up, said, where's that going to be? Are we going, And during the committee meetings, they would say, oh, yeah, that's going to be taken care of. Oh, yeah, that's going to be taken care of. You're going to run out of money. You're going to have to make the decisions. So, and I'll say this again, I think the public, if they do understand the impact, you got a great county. You got a great county, and a lot of people from outside the county, use your county, live in your county for second homes and things of that. And so I'm going to tell you, I think your gut level says it's going to pass, but I'm not too sure it is. And so the more we can do to engage those boards of directors, your senior citizens, your parks people, all those folks, that if you go through this budget process and you kind of share in general terms, but as far as defining those 6 or 7 categories, you're restricted to within those categories, but I think you will have latitude to do the kinds of things you need to do. The problem is, are you going to have the revenue to do it? Right. So, yes, Ricky, we will work to define that. That should be all part of an implementing bill that they consider in the legislature. But you're going to have a new governor. You're going to have new legislators, and I'm sure that the will of the voter will be reflected in how they proceed with their, and you got some problem counties. I mean, Miami-Dade, God bless them, and we benefit a great deal by the revenue that's generated on sales tax in Dade, Broward, Palm Beach. I mean, that comes back to us in state revenue that we use to help fund these programs. But, I mean, you don't have a specific commissioner aide. You don't have a limousine driving you from one place to another. You don't have the kinds of things that some of these others. And I mean, you're not spending, $600,000 to send a crew from Broward out to the Rose Bowl parade. You're not doing that kind of stuff. And that's what's going on. And so, if that's a quality of life and important thing to Broward and Dade, it's their prerogative to do that. But, that is going to come back to haunt some folks. So we've got a challenge. And again, I'm going to sit and listen. I guess the next presenter is your finance office? Are they going to?
Yeah, they're coming up here in just a minute. It won't be long.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm going to sit and listen to the conversation in that regard. So thank you very much. I will see you all next week, and we will have a breakfast for you, and most of you get up early anyway, so I'm not going to hear complaints about, well, I might hear complaints, but okay, good enough. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Let's take a 5-minute recess, and we'll come back to public comments. Franklin County Board of County Commissioners now back in session. We're going now to public comments. I'm just taking them in the order I received them. Mr. Mason Bean, you're up first. Good morning.
Morning, Mason Dean, Concerned Citizens. First of all, congratulations, Commissioner Sanders and Commissioner Amison, on your reelection bid. That means, I think it means you're doing a good job, so thank you for that. Hey, listen, we're speaking of the great segue into the budget. Years past, the constitutionals were late getting the numbers into Aaron. Last year, I think it was like 2 days before the workshop. So we're here to request that those constitutionals get their numbers in by the July 1st, as close to the July 1st deadline as they can, so you all have a chance to analyze it. We have a chance to analyze it. We want to offer comments. We're on the same team. We want you to know that we want to hear and be helpful. Thank you.
Sir, thank you. Mr. Rex Pennycuff. Good morning.
Good morning, Rex Pennycuff. First off, I'd like to thank all of y'all for the job y'all doing. I know a lot of times goes unnoticed, but I do appreciate y'all. I was hoping my comments was a little earlier because it's to do with zoning, and it's not necessarily to do with the zoning issue that's on. It's just a request from me. So I'm not against or for anything that's up today or anything that's going. But in the past, I've asked, and I also request again, as we start zoning changes on the critical area in the county towards the bay, and a lot of it seafood commercial, and I get it's sort of something that is right now a moot point. But you know, when pine was the industry, they thought it was over. When cotton was the industry, when sponge, when all these things, but for Franklin County, we've seemed to always be relying on water. And it's also, either way, if it's whether it's the economy or the environment, that is the most sensitive area of the county, is that's on the bay and that's on the river. And I know that it's a zoning right now that's hard to use, and if I was a landowner, I'd want the full potential of what I could get out of it. You know, as Otis would say, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying, you know, and I'd be trying to skirt. So my request today is that y'all ask the state, the different agencies, at what level constitutes a closing of the bay. I've heard in the past that some of the zoning in C3 could constitute a closing of the bay. And I think that it's prudent for y'all to know and the county to know where that line in the sand is so that we don't cross it. Because the state's not going to give you a leeway. Once you do it, they're not going to say, oh, you messed up, we're going to give you a redo. They're going to close the bay. And I know some people may say, well, you're living in the past, and I probably am. And, you know, oysters may never come back as I've known it. You may say my head's in the clouds, but I can tell you that the air up here is real nice. You know, and I want to think that we can still live there. So I would request that y'all go out. I know that, listen, in medical terms, no growth, no change is death. In this county, no growth is death. I'm not saying we don't need growth, but I also know that in medical terms, that cancer is a rapid reproduction of cells that attacks everything else. And as we change these things, if we're not careful and change it and make due diligence to change it to something that's compatible, it'll be like a cancer. It'll eat who we are as a county and who we are as a livelihood. You know, and I know that our kids, my kid, may be the one standing at the podium one day to change things. But you know, once it's changed, we can't go back. And I just asked you that it not be us that changes it by an unforeseen coincidence. You know, so I just asked you to go to the agencies, get staff to go and ask the state agencies, where's that line? When does it become detrimental to our community? I can tell you that the tourists come, they come for who we are. We may not be oystering now, but the tourists that come, and I think we have the best tourists that come anywhere. You know, and the ones that don't like who we are the ones that we wish wouldn't come back. But as we start changing them things, you're going to see, yeah, it's probably more money. You know, we got a lot of new faces, a lot of new staff. I know our planner is great, and there's nothing against her, but she wasn't here during the struggles of her parents. and our daddies and our family and Mr. Bevan that went out of his way to protect that industry. And there's things that could slip by her, or we now are hiring an outside attorney that's not native, that don't know our values, don't know our system a lot of times for land uses. And in the scheme of things, I know we want growth. It just needs to be good growth. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Mr. Rance. All right, those are the only two public comments we had.
Mr. Chairman, before you go to the public
Yes.
hearing, which I know is next at 11 o'clock, I would ask if Chris could just hang around, because right after the public hearing, which shouldn't take too long, we're going to go to Erin, and she's going to give her information on the tax and how it's going to affect our budget. So if he has time, he'll be internally grateful if you just hang around a few more minutes, okay?
Yes, because we did have a public hearing
Give you a
scheduled
thumbs
for
up.
11
Okay.
o'clock, so,
Thanks, Chris.
all right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Attorney Schuler?
Yes,
It's
sir.
11:07, so we can go to that public hearing, sir. We're going to move forward, and we'll come, and I'm sorry. So everyone else that we are actually skipping now on the agenda, we're going to come right back to you as soon as we do these things. This is a time-sensitive matter, so we're going to go ahead and handle it like we should. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, Commissioners, the board has authorized a public hearing to consider an ordinance to rezone a parcel of land at 614 Highway 98, Apalachicola, Florida, from C1 commercial fishing to C3 commercial recreation. I have confirmed with the paper that the ad was duly published in a timely fashion, and you're in a procedural position to move forward. This request by the property owner to rezone received a recommendation for approval from your Planning and Zoning Commission. When you receive that information, you authorize the public hearing, which is being conducted at this time. This is, if you'll remember, there have been a couple of requests in Eastport to rezone some of the C1 commercial fishing to the C3 commercial, and that has been approved. In this case, the ordinance caption I've already read to you, but if the board should adopt this as recommended, it would say, now therefore be it ordained that the permitted zoning of a parcel of property located at 614 Highway 98, Apalachicola, Florida, parcel number 1109S08W 000 1520-00110 is showed on the exhibits, is changed from C1 commercial fishing to C3 commercial recreation, adopted the 17th day of June 2026. The property in question, let's see, yes, it's rezoning of less than 5% of the county, so it qualifies for the adoption of an ordinance on one reading without a second public hearing. So you're in a position now to take public comment unless the board has any questions for me.
Okay, Commissioners, do you have any questions for Attorney Schuler? All right, seeing none, then, Mr. Mattson, give me just a second, we'll open the public comment first.
All right.
Is there anyone in the room that would like to comment on? Please come forward, state your name for the record. This is a public hearing, we do not need a speaker card filled out.
Hi, Gail Rigglemeyer, St. George Island. What Mr. Pennicoff, Rex Pennicoff just said, I want to just ditto that because it pertains to just this, going from C1 seafood to C3 recreational fish camps, RV parks, all of those that are qualified uses. Slow by slow, we are eroding the seafood industry and seafood zoning, C1. It's happened on Patton Drive in East Point. You can see all along where there's coastline where people are changing it from C1 to C3, and there's no going back. Now, I do have an appreciation for the homeowners because they're saying, well, I mean the property owners, because, well, what else can I do with my property? Well, there are other things, but we don't have to make it easy and change things so that we completely, proactively get rid of everything that's going to protect our seafood industry. So I'm going to ask that you deny this zoning change. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Public comment. That's what we're doing right now. We're taking public comment before the board potentially takes any action today. What about those attending virtually, sir?
Anyone attending by Zoom virtually, please, if you'd like to comment, please indicate by raising your hands. Raise your hand on your smart device. No hands raised, Mr. Chairman.
All right, yes. Ms. Page?
I am somewhat ignorant on this, but I will say, just like what Mr. Pennycuff said, the place that I was born and raised was a really small town like Apalachicola, and the tourists came in, and it got taken over, and our way of life got taken away from us. We moved away, we moved back, we moved away, we moved back. Finally, we moved up here, and we found something similar to what we had. Just like what he said, I don't know what the proposed business is, but we have to be really, really, really careful to preserve our way of life. I think you guys are the best board that we've ever had, and I think every one of you, I know individually, and I feel like that you have our interests, and if this business is something that will benefit Franklin County, wonderful. But if it's something that will really change the way that everything is, that's a little bit scary to me, just because I have lost my home one time before. In 2004, I was a realtor. They came into East Point, they bought up all the land. They were going to make it the next Destin. We were terrified. We had just built our home. We built our home ourselves with our own two hands. I know Commissioner Jones witnessed that. I don't know about the rest of you if we were, seeing it happen, but he saw it happen. Yeah. And we were just terrified that it was going to be gone. So I wrote a thing, like a little article for the newspaper and put in, and I actually had people come and say, thank you, and we think that might have helped change the trajectory of that. It didn't happen, thank God. We don't want to see it changed. Like he said, the people who come here for what's here, not for what it could be or anything like that. And again, I don't know anything about this, don't know what business, but if it's something that's good for Franklin County and it can be something everyone can enjoy, maybe, but be careful. That's what I guess I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Page. Anyone else? Public comment? All right. So, Mr. Schumer, we have taken public comment. What's our next logical step? Does the applicant wish to speak? I guess is that the next step?
The applicant has a due process right to speak if he chooses to. If he chooses not to, then it would be appropriate for board discussion among yourselves how to proceed. So.
Okay.
I'll take a second.
All right, go ahead, sir.
And I'm very cognizant of your time, Commissioners. Thank you.
You're good.
And I understand the concerns, because I will tell you a few people are as caring and understanding about these issues as I am. I came from a small town called Largo, and Largo went from a town of about 1,500 people to 55,000 people in a short time and destroyed the town. So I'm very caring about the community. What we're looking at on the property is simply something to bring some commerce to the western side of town. Something that will integrate and bring in the use of the water, allow people to use it in a positive way. We're not negatively affecting seafood. As a matter of fact, if we do put in the raw bar that we're talking about, I think that actually benefits the seafood industry. Having this zoning would allow us to do more to affect the community in a positive way while not negatively impacting the community.
Anyone have any questions of the applicant? So I do have a question, Torben.
Yes.
Sorry, Mr. Mattson.
That's all right. I go by both.
Yeah, no, let's keep it the right way it needs to be. I apologize. So, not that it matters for what you're doing here today, but what are your actual plans for the property?
So we're looking at, again, we wanted to get the zoning handled first,
Yes,
so we know what we could do. And we have 4 things in the hopper. One is to put docking out there to allow people to dock and use the space. People coming up on the loop, they can park there. Second, we're looking at turning the old building. There's an old block building on the property. This is probably from the 50s. That's been unused. It needs to be renovated and updated, and we want to make that into a venue and allow us to clear out that area. We've been cleaning out the debris back to the water so people can enjoy that and get that great water view. We want to preserve all the trees there. It's a beautiful piece of property. On the other side, we're looking at putting in a little tropical raw bar option as one consideration.
We're not sure if it'll even fit, though. We looked at putting in about 3 RV spots, so there'd always be continuous income. Those would be the concern, those are the options that we've looked at.
Okay, fair enough. Like I said, it's not, doesn't pertain to it necessarily, but just for my own personal wanting to know, that's why I asked.
Commissioner, I take no offense, those are very fair questions.
Anyone else have any questions? All right, Attorney Schuler, we've heard from the applicant. The commissioners seem to not have any further questions.
You're in a procedural position to make a decision.
Okay. What is the pleasure of the board, or do y'all have something y'all want to discuss about this?
Mr. Chairman, I will say this comment, and I did speak with Bree the other day about it. I did look at this, of course, I researched everything, but the first thought that did come to my mind was, as what's been stated here, my grandfather had a seafood house just down the road from this. I will say that the property looks great. I mean, it's been cleaned up really well. It's looking great. So I'm gonna be honest, I'm at a loss with this one, because I know that the seafood industry is not what it used to be. I don't know if it's ever gonna be what it used to be. I don't have that magic crystal ball. I do know, and if Bree could add to this if she wants, there are other properties around that are not incompatible with this use. But, going from the commercial fishing, changing the outlay, I'm kind of on, equal playing fields. I see both sides. I see Mr. Matson's wanting to improve it. If the zoning change gets approved today, I do understand that he bought the property with the intent that, to do this, I'm guessing, because he can't do anything with it with the current zoning. But he did buy the property with it zoned that way, in my opinion. No offense, but I have mulled this over, and I was just going to see how the conversation of the rest of the board felt about it, because I'm kind of on the fence either way. I don't like changing the commercial fishing, but I understand, why the zoning's wanting to be changed. And we got C4 around that area as well, and then some C2. It's kind of all around different areas. And as Attorney Schuler stated, we've changed some commercial fishing, also zonings in the East Point area. So is it fair to Mr. Matson for us to not do that to him when we've allowed it in other places? So again, I'm kind of at a loss, but those are my thoughts. Bree, I don't know if you want to add anything that might help us.
But before you do, I want to say something, Ms. Bree. So, we have changed some in the time I've been on this board. But the one we changed that I think Ms. Rugelmeyer mentioned in East Point. So as we were going through that process, and the owners of the property were standing in front of me that actually got the property from their dad that operated a seafood house there for decades. I asked them, and this is what made a difference for me. I asked them, I said, are you going to have to tear down that seafood house to be able to do what you're even presenting to do? In other words, you're going to have to be 100% in, because not only did they grew up there with their dad running that business, and you got to tear all that down to do what you're talking about doing. And they said, yes, sir, we do. So I made the motion for them to be able to do that. Now, is there another discussion, not having anything to do with Mr. Matson's request today, but is there another discussion, or is there a way, and this is a question for county staff, for us as a county to say, okay, we can entertain property changes on the south side of 98, but not this particular kind of property change? That's a discussion maybe we can have. I don't know if we can or can't. If it's just one particular, use that people have issues with. But at the end of the day, I know people right now that are in C1 property. Yes, they've owned it for a long time. But if they got tore down by a hurricane, they cannot rebuild. It is a non-conforming use. They are locked in. The only thing they can do is C1 commercial. They are locked into that without a zoning change. They are locked in. There are a couple of them in East Point. If Michael would have hit East Point, they would not have a business today without a zoning change, because they're a non-conforming use. So just my thoughts. I mean, I'm not either way about it. I'm with whatever the board wants to do. It's Commissioner Amoson's district, but, you know, is what it is.
That's why I was saying, with it being in my district, I'd like to have the opportunity to
Yes,
weigh
sir.
in on this. And also, I'm in the seafood industry. And, you know, Mr. Pennycuff made some great points there. But what we gotta realize is cotton's not here. You know, seafood, it's gonna be here, but I don't think it's gonna ever get back on the scale that it once was. I mean, it's a monstrous mountain to climb to get this restoration done. You know, without that, that's basically the toehold of it all, to be honest with you. But I'm not gonna go into that rabbit hole. I'm gonna keep this as oriented as I can. But we've got to find ways to use some of that property. If it means zoning changes, then we need to entertain it. We need to discuss it. I do agree that I would like to know where that line is in the sand. And after today, I would like for staff to start getting us some answers to that. But also, that's the gateway on our western side into the county. And I'm gonna be honest with you, we have nothing in 2 Mile. There's really there's nothing down there. And I'm not opposed to this at all. Actually, I'm for it. I'm gonna make a motion, and you guys can vote which way you want. But I don't see changing this one piece of property to C3 is gonna be detrimental. Now, moving forward, yes, I'd say we need to be a little more cautious. If it's gonna be a wide-scale thing that starts sparking up along the coast. But I would like to see some opportunity down in my district on that waterfront. And according to the conversations that I've had, I think it'd be a fitting business structure for that area. So if anybody doesn't have any more comments, I'm willing to make a motion that we approve it.
All right, one question, Commissioner. Now, is that the property where that restaurant used to be at, or?
No,
It's a couple parcels down.
Let me get in here where I can talk. It's the property that butts up to our park, which used to be my granddad's oyster house. So, I mean, I'm familiar with all this. Actually, this was the piece of property that Tommy Ward owned. And for the record, there was docks there. Plenty of them. There was docks on both sides of that channel. You know, they had, I think Mr. Buddy at one time had opened up a outboard repair shop there and sent Wally Medley to repair school to go open that, and that's what he did, he repaired outboards.
That's what I was fixing to ask. Is it something called the Black Pearl, or?
Yeah, they had that sign up at one time. But
I know what it is.
but I mean, it's what he's planning on doing hadn't been anything that hadn't been there outside of a restaurant.
Yeah.
So, and I think that any type of little business down on our end of the county would be appreciated. So,
Mr. Chairman, I know we have a motion on the floor, but can I ask Ms. Bree to chime in if she wants on this?
Yes.
I will chime in just a little bit to echo the chairman's comments. There are quite a few non-conforming uses surrounding. I will go back up to the image that shows where this falls on our zoning map. So you can see there's C4 across the highway, and it is surrounded in C1. Again, there's a lot of non-conforming uses along this strip of C1 that if we have a bad storm come through, they can't put those uses back unless they pursue a rezoning. I would point out our C1 zone does cater to commercial fishing, but it does have some special exceptions that encourage tourism and tourism uses. Typically, we see that in the form of boat rentals or something of that nature. This applicant is seeking to rezone to C3, and C3 would allow for boat ramps and marinas, recreational vehicle parking and camping, limited stay facilities, fish camps, and food services. One thing I would point out, because I know there's some environmental concerns on this, the C1 zone does not require the 50-foot critical habitat zone buffer. In our comp plan, it's written out, C1, you do not have to have that. If he rezones to C3, that 50-foot buffer does come into effect, so he cannot be within 50 feet of the mean high water line.
Right. And the reason they did that, Ms. Bree, was years ago when, just in East Point, there were 26 oyster houses. I know folks can't imagine that, but I grew up in it. They had it that way because almost every oyster house was built out over the water, because you were having boats load and unload, and the docks would take you a little bit further to where you can actually get to and load and unload like you needed to. So that's the reason why they did not do anything with the 50-foot buffer on C1, because most of them were actually built into the water anyway. There was times of the day in my dad's oyster house, we could walk under the oyster house, and there's times we couldn't. If it was high tide, we couldn't do that. There was water there. So, I mean, that's just the way it was, but that's why they did it the way that way.
How much land is it, Bree?
I think it's 0.84 acres.
So it's not even an acre?
It's not a full acre. Let me put the survey up on the screen.
I think it's like 200 by 200, something like that.
It's 0.4.
So he's gonna be pretty limited on what he puts in there.
Yes, ma'am.
Size limited, yes. Okay. So we do have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Amison to approve.
Second with comment.
Second by Commissioner Croom. Any additional discussion? Because I was not trying to cut discussion off by saying that. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
I'll oppose.
Let the record reflect that it's a 4-1 vote. Commissioner Sanders opposed. All right, it's approved. And with that, that concludes our public hearing, correct? Attorney
Sir.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. All right, now we need to go back. Miss Aaron is on the line, so we can have this discussion. Mr. Rome? And then, we're not doing your full report, Miss Aaron. We will come back to it, but we do need to have the one, because we got Mr. Doolin waiting to hear the discussion.
Okay, all right. Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Yeah, actually, Chris Doolin did a fantastic job explaining the proposed legislation, so I'm not going to hash through all of that again. But I do want to say that in the current budget, the county budgeted $19,102,706 in property tax proceeds at a millage rate of 5.0459 mils. The property appraiser's office has estimated the base for the first year impact of the proposed homestead exemption increase to $150,000 as $273,686. The subsequent implementation to $250,000 would be $724,000, and then on to $500,000, the impact would be $1.8 million. However, these calculations, the CPI increase and phased-in caps on assessments would further compound the base calculation. So likely the impact's going to be somewhere between the property appraiser's estimate and what was estimated by FAC. Franklin County generates very little revenues outside of property taxes to fund general government operations besides state shared sales tax proceeds and operational grants. A lot of other Florida counties, have multiple layers of special assessments to fund mosquito control, solid waste, things of that nature. Franklin County does not do any of that. The gradual ratchet on the county's ability to increase revenues will impact the funding capabilities for authorized core services in the future, which would include law enforcement, EMS, emergency management, the road department, and other constitutional offices. However, the larger issue for Franklin County is the provision which restricts the use of property tax proceeds to the 7 categories outlined in the FAC release above. Not included in the authorized use are critical government infrastructure services and departments which are popular and appreciated by the local community, such as parks and recreation, landfill services, senior services, food pantries, support for nonprofits, the extension program, libraries, grant match for programs such as transportation disadvantaged, medical assistance funding, or newly started programs such as code enforcement. This ballot measure is likely to pass the county is likely to pass, and the county should begin preparations to mitigate the impact of the pending cuts. Implementation of a hiring freeze is recommended at this time to begin reducing staffing levels through attrition instead of a reduction in force. The proposed dates for the budget workshops will be Tuesday, July 21st and Wednesday, July 22nd. It will be important at that time for the board to discuss possible future funding cuts with each department and the possible elimination of all funding for nonprofit organization and non-governmental entities should the ballot measure pass. This measure would take effect January 1st, 2027. Board action to approve the proposed budget workshop dates of Tuesday, July 21st and Wednesday, July 22nd.
Mr. Chairman, I did have a question. Aaron, were those dates changed from Thursday, July 23rd?
They were,
Okay.
yes.
Because I already
Yeah,
had
there was
my work
actually a
schedule
scheduling
changed, and I
conflict.
didn't know we were changing it again, so I'm gonna have to get my work schedule changed again. All right, well, that's okay, I just want to clarify that.
What's the dates again?
The 21st and the 22nd of July. It's a Tuesday and a Wednesday, correct, Ms. Griffin?
That's correct.
And Ms. Aaron, quick question. So when we're talking a minute ago, isn't our current millage rate the 5.04? What is our current millage rate?
Our current millage rate is the 5.0459.
Okay, 0.459, okay. All right, I just wanted to make sure. All right, pleasure of the board.
Under this motion, are we implementing the hiring freeze under this motion?
No.
Okay.
No, that's a discussion we're
That
going
was
to
just
have.
discussion. Okay. I heard
Correct, Ms. Aaron?
already mentioned, so.
That's correct, yep. That's just a suggestion, so yeah, you all be thinking about that.
Mr. Chairman, just clarifying too, the time's 9 a.m., correct?
That's correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Hey, Aaron, just to jump in a second, so usually, in the past, we'll start the first day, and if, depending on how it goes, we'll tell the NGOs, okay, you don't have to show up, we are at a good point. They're going to have to show up this time. I just want you guys to plan for that, because we need to have discussions with our NGOs. So,
That's correct.
just kind of want to prepare everyone for that.
What's funny about that, Mr. Chairman, is, we're going to have these really hard talks, and I've lost sleep over, I ain't gonna lie, because I don't want to not fund our county with things that people depend on for so long. I don't want our people to have to wonder if they're going to buy medicine that day for their, health or food. But, what's the odd thing is, if this does pass, anybody that calls me and says, well, why aren't y'all funding that? I'm going to tell them just, we as voters have a right to vote yes or no on this. But I would like to say, call the governor and your legislators. But again, it's us as citizens that need to be educated to know what we're voting for. But all that to say, we just need to educate the public on what they're voting for.
The food pantry, the senior citizen center over in Carabel, stuff like that people, the chairman said, quality of life, that's going to be some hard discussions. So just kind of want to prepare the board. And I think Chris raised his hand to speak, Mr. Chairman.
All right, Mr. Dillon?
Yes, sir, and I really want to compliment Aaron for setting the groundwork for this, because you're going to have to do it. But the revenue cut will not go into effect for the 26-27 budget. It will go into effect in 27-28. So one of the things that you would do is you have a choice to do this, is to tell those NGOs and to tell everybody what's going to happen, and they have a landing pad for 26-27. You can continue those services on the condition that if this passes, this will happen, so that when they go to the polls and vote, they're voting with understanding of what will happen. So, if there's any confusion about when this is going to hit you, it's going to be in the 27-28 budget. Is that correct, Ms. Aaron?
That's correct.
Thank you for that, Chris. All right, what's the pleasure of the board?
So move.
I have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Sanders. Any discussion, commissioners? Seeing no discussion, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, sounds like we are having our budget workshops for Tuesday, July 21st and Wednesday, July 22nd. Thank you, Ms. Aaron.
Thank you, Commissioners.
And thank you, Mr. Chris Dillon. We appreciate you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right, so let's go back in the agenda.
Let's go back to John Solomon. I think your other two, Fonda and.
So before we do, hold on.
Oh.
Fonda didn't have anything but informational items, but I want to read some of this off to you.
I think you need to do that's what I was gonna say.
Especially, and I'll go ahead and tell you, I'm sorry, we all have people that are associated with us at different levels, but my nephew's son is on that 6U coach pitch team.
Oh.
That played 3 games and outscored their opponents by a score of 34-2.
Ooh.
So they're headed to the World Series.
You said 34?
I think they let two teams score 1 run.
Is that the coach pitch?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes. But, so from Franklin County District Tournament and advancing teams result. The boys baseball program in this year's district tournament performed at a very high level dominating the competition. As a result, 4 teams have advanced to the state and World Series levels. The advancing boys teams, the 12U Ozone, went undefeated, advancing to the state tournament down in Frostproof, Florida. That's going to be held at the same time we're going to be at our conference. The 10U AAA district champs had a 3-1 record, and they advanced to the same area state tournament same week. 8U AA were district runners up. They had a 2-2 record, but they still advanced because they played in the championship game. They will be playing the week of July 2nd through the 7th up in Marietta. And the 6U are going to be going to Laurel, Mississippi to compete in the World Series. Not to be left out or outdone, the girls' teams had district champs that they hosted it. Actually, we hosted that in Carabel, at Kendrick Park. And the girls' teams competed. Their state tournament's actually going to be held in Weewalt next week. And we are thankful to all of those that have advanced and all the effort that goes into that for our local youth. Folks, this is quality of life. And what a life we live here in Franklin County. I'm very proud of our youth. So go ahead, sir. You can go on from that.
Okay, one question before you move on from, where is Frostproof, Florida?
I think it's down close to where they used to have it at.
Okay.
But they've moved it to a different area.
South Lakeland?
Somewhere around Brooksville. You have it at Brooksville.
Oh, south of Lakeland, okay, cool.
So it's down in the same general area they
Yeah.
usually go to. They usually go to Sebring, or they did
Yes.
for years.
Yes.
Yeah.
So,
That's-
probably there's been a new facility built,
Yeah.
and that's what they're doing.
They
Thanks.
You know what I mean?
Ain't nothing like a new facility.
They share the love. It'll
Well,
be
that Sebring
Sebring,
facility's got used a lot, but
Brooksville.
Sebring, yeah.
Okay, cool.
I
Yeah.
mean, many rides.
So, Commissioner, Mr. Chairman, what I'm going to recommend, we go to John,
Okay.
Mr. Solomon, I'm sorry, and then from there, let's go to Mr. Fuentes and Mr. Williams, and then we'll go back to Erin for her
That'll be
report.
fine.
If that works for the board.
Yep. It's been a longer meeting. Mr. Solomon,
yeah.
you're up. Come on right. Come on down. The price is right.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you. I have 3 items on the agenda and 1 just quick information item. First thing on my agenda, on June 10th, the TDC Board voted to recommend approval of a request from the Franklin County Sheriff's Office to purchase 2 jet skis for search and rescue using the law enforcement first responder portion of the budget. The reimbursable cost is $28,427.98.
All right. Pleasure of the board.
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward. It's been seconded by Commissioner Croom. Any discussion, Commissioners? All in favor? Any opposed? That's unanimous. Go ahead, sir.
On June 10th, the TDC Board voted to recommend approval of a request from the county for construction of the 6 pickleball courts at D.W. Wilson Sports Arena for a price of $425,395.83. Also to include Musco lighting for the 6 pickleball courts in the amount of $151,850 for a total request of $613,445.83. And this is actually an update because it was approved by the TDC Board prior when it was a little bit more expensive.
All right, pleasure of the board.
So moved.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Amison. It's been seconded by Commissioner Croom. Commissioners, do you want to discuss anything about this?
Does this include or exclude the soccer field?
This excludes. Yeah, this is,
Do we already have lights on soccer?
yeah, that's what, Mr. Cates.
Okay. That's right.
All right, any other discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? That's unanimous.
All right, on June 10th, the TDC Board voted to recommend approval of request from the county for construction costs of Phase 1 of the East Point Nature Center Park. And this had been previously approved for the park, but the amount was not given at that time, so that this is the amount of $283,445.90.
So moved.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Croom, second by Commissioner Ward. Any discussion? I will say this before we vote on this last one. All 3 of these things we're doing with tourist development dollars. These, to collect these funds, there had to be somebody sleeping somewhere in Franklin County and paying a tax for it. This did not come from ad valorem. This did not come from begging the state legislature from dollars. This didn't come from any other source but tourism. But it's going to impact and continues to impact the quality of life of our residents. Any other discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. Anything else, sir?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. One thing that I wanted to brush across first, I've talked to Mr. Maroon about.
See it here, and I know it's getting close to lunch. but
Well, this is very quick.
Are we doing soon a ribbon cutting with barbecue? Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's getting close to lunch.
Happy to announce that the ribbon cutting for the Alwyn Buddy Board Maritime Heritage Museum will be July 15th at 2 o'clock. Hopefully, you will be out of your meeting by then. I'm going to try to have some food available so you have lunch there.
Okay.
It may give you a deadline clock, you know.
Okay.
That's good. It's about time. We've been working on that thing for many years.
Been a lot of people and a lot of time.
Too long.
See, do it again, Commissioner Sanders. Many years.
Connected with it.
Many years. Do it again.
Many years.
Anything else, sir?
That'll be all, sir.
Thank you for that. We appreciate it, gentlemen.
Thank you. Y'all have a wonderful day.
Sir. All right, Mr. Fuentes. Mucho gusto verte, señor.
¿Cómo está? ¿Cómo está? Commissioners, good morning, good afternoon. Billy Fuentes, East Point Water and Sewer District. If I could have a small breach in etiquette, I would like to brag about my office manager, Miss Morgan Thompson. She was the coach last year that led the girls to the World Series. Her 12U team is going to state to play in WeWa, and her son is on the 6U team that is going to the World Series. So Morgan is very much dedicated to youth sports. She also coaches at the high school, is very much ingrained in youth sports. So I just wanted to brag about that because she's a great person.
And while we're just mentioning that, I can remember little old Morgan on the softball, and I followed them all over this country during the time that they played ball, when they were winning back to back.
That was a good team.
State championships, and then going to World Series. It's awesome. And that's what we're talking about, this community.
Yes, ma'am.
How good it is.
Absolutely, absolutely. The reason I came before you is House Bill 4081, which expands the East Point Water and Sewer District boundaries to include the rest of East Point and all of St. George Island, was signed by the governor and signed into law. The next step of the bill requires us to have two separate referendums that need to be put on the ballot for November. That has to be done by the request of the county to the supervisor of elections. So my request is to please direct Ms. Heather to add these two referendums to the ballot for November. The language is already spelled out in the bill, which I will provide to her, as well as the boundaries that we are expanding so she knows who will be voting in those elections. But that's my request, if possible.
Any questions, commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, just point of clarity, Attorney Schuler, do you have to look that over? Should we do this action contingent on your approval? This motion?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
The ballot language is, as he just said, embedded within the statute. So, and we don't provide the language for the East Point Water and Sewer District. Your action would be limited just to authorizing the two referendums and directing the supervisor of elections to place those two questions on the general ballot in November of '26.
Okay, so move.
All right, so we have a motion to approve from Commissioner Ward.
Second.
Second from Commissioner Sanders. Any discussion, commissioners? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? It's unanimous, sir.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Mr. Bill Williams.
Can I ask a question about that? Either you or Ricky the chairman can answer. If the people vote this down, then it ain't gonna get done, right?
That's right, yes, ma'am.
But the governor's given leeway. It come from the governor and our representative and senator. So they want to see East Point expand over to St. George Island.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that to provide you've already provided water over there.
No, ma'am.
No, we don't.
No?
The water
Okay,
system
so it's
is.
water and sewer.
Well, the
water.
water comes from
Just
East
water.
Point, the main land. There's wells that Water Management Services owns. And so what we would be absorbing, we're trying to work a deal with Mr. Brown to purchase the water system. So we would own the real estate, the infrastructure. Now, the bill, and there's been some confusion in the public, the bill does not give us the right to force people off of their septic tanks.
Okay.
It allows us to inspect them for use, proper use.
Okay.
And we can assign fees, but we cannot force them to remove their septic tanks. We can't force them, if their septic tanks fail, we can't force them to get on sewer because there's no infrastructure in place.
Does it allow you the ability to offer amnesty?
Meaning,
In other words, I know at Carabel, Lanark, they were given, if they wanted to go over, then they were given the mechanism to do it through an amnesty program where they only had to pay like $50 for connection fee. Are they gonna be, is that gonna be included in here to where the people do wanna go over, they'll be able to do it underneath the
so
amnesty program?
it's not in the language of the bill,
Okay.
but the district has always operated on the principle that the infrastructure has to be in place. Therefore, we cannot provide those services without the infrastructure being there. There are programs that we have always opted for to assist customers with connections. For example, a few years back when the county helped us with the CDBG grant program for Ridge and Wilderness, all of those septic tanks were abated and all of the tap fees were paid for by the grant program, and that's how we do that. We also allow 0% interest financing if that's necessary for the tap connection. But, so it is in a sense an amnesty program, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you're saying that if this goes to ballot and it gets one on the ballot, both East Point, St. George Island, then that will give y'all the ability to purchase the water system from Mr. Brown?
Yes,
over
ma'am.
on the island?
State law does not allow us to operate outside of our district boundaries. This is actually something that changed back in '22. And so we had already been grandfathered in to the outside of our boundaries, for example, where the school system is, the jail, all of those areas that are outside of our boundaries. The issue is if once they changed the law and stated that municipalities could no longer extend sewer systems or services outside of their boundaries, we've never been able to ask for state assistance in the event of natural disasters. If we have to replace infrastructure, it's always been paid out of pocket. Now, because they were not tax paying to the district. Now what will happen is, yes, there will be an ad valorem tax to us, but it does away with a surcharge and it allows us to now service those areas. The same thing with St. George Island is basically we would be allowed to service it and purchase the system because it is within our boundaries. If the referendum fails, they are separate. So if the East Point one passes and the island fails, East Point one works, vice versa. If the East Point one fails, the St. George Island one passes, it only works that way. So they're not dependent of each other. Yes, ma'am, they're independent.
Well, I thank y'all for clarification because I'm quite sure there was a lot of people out here that didn't really understand it because all they said is the governor is asking for an election or whatever.
This has been a progress for me since 2019. I've been at this for the last 7 years. Trying to facilitate a manner to do this because Mr. Brown approached us back in 2019. He's ready to retire. He's had a lot of issues. The water system on the island is one of the most complex, but also one of the most well-maintained. They have put a lot of money. They have a lot of modern technologies, and it's a natural extension of our services. We have always had a good relationship with all of our utility companies, whether it be Apalachicola or St. George Island. We've all worked together, so it's a natural progression into that. We feel that, particularly with the growth that has been experienced, East Point, because it is an independent special district, controls a lot of growth because we're limited in the essence that all we do is water and sewer. So I think it'll be a good thing. We are going to do mail-outs, pamphlets. We're going to try to have additional meetings because I had meetings early on with many citizens from the island expressing how we're going to do this, but we want to keep them informed, make sure they know exactly what, what they're voting for. So that's our problem.
I appreciate you doing the clarification for me.
Yes,
Bill.
ma'am, absolutely.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Chairman.
No problem. And where, Commissioner, where some people might get that wrong is with what you were talking about. So yes, it is true that all the wells that feed the St. George Island Water District are in East Point. It's coming across the bridge. So the wells are in East Point, but no, they are two separate entities.
One of the benefits that we have too is early on when the district first started, Florida, the Northwest Florida Water Management District and DEP allowed us 7 well sites. 4 of ours have been developed. And so we have 5, 6, and 7 that are still available that are in the woods up Highway 65. So the benefit of that is because it's all inland, it's great water, we're right into the aquifer. Mr. Brown's wells are also in East Point, so we would be servicing them anyway. And it's, like I said, it's just a natural progression of that.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you, Mr. Fuentes.
Thank you all.
Mr. Bill Williams, this is Bill Day. We're Billy and Bill and.
Let's see what we're gonna do with him.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, just a couple of items, no action items on Team Franklin's item 1 and 2. Obviously, with the discussions that you heard earlier with Aaron and with Chris Doolin and the actions by the legislature, we're not, and certainly I want to recognize Commissioner Ward. Not only is your representative on Team Franklin, but she's on the strategic planning group with us, or the negotiations team with us, and hearing her comments on this. But basically, I had some dialogue with the developer with Upward Communities. That's the group that you're aware of. We've been dealing with out of Texas. And because of the unknown certainty of Homestead and the impacts to you, we're not moving forward in an interim agreement, which was our next logical step. We are keeping active with them. They do not want their money back. They want to stay in negotiations with us. They're very excited about Franklin County. But basically, it's to give the board time to financially review and forensically look at where you want to go and how this happens. So I wanted to bring to the board's attention that it's not, they're not removing, they don't want their money back, they want to stay engaged. We're just not going to move forward with the interim agreement. And Commissioner Ward, if you'd like to echo anything with that, by all means, but that's where we are with the developer.
Mr. Chairman, this is another knee-jerk reaction that's affecting these small counties. It's frustrating for me as a commissioner because we've got several things that we've done, that this board has done in the past 6 years that I've been on it, almost 6 years, that we've worked really hard on, really, really hard. One of them's code enforcement. We're going to talk about that later. But this is another thing that we've talked about. This previous boards have talked. This has been a discussion back since, I think I looked up minutes, 2004.
Yeah.
Something, again, that's going to be affected by what by this property tax initiative, and people just don't realize what it's doing. And I'm hoping that we can still move forward. We might not be able to do it at the scale that we had originally planned. We might have to cut back, but I'd like to keep moving forward. It's just a matter of, obviously, we have to look at our county's financials before we do that. So we definitely got to know where we stand when all this happens and move forward. But it's an honor to work with you, Bill. I know you put in a lot of time and effort into this, and I know it's frustrating for you as well, because you have. It is,
because I felt like we got up to bat, but somebody took the bat, and so, we didn't get to swing. But he's not terminating the relationship, and I think that's important. That the private sector, I think, and I don't want to philosophize here at all, but I think some of the answers in the future are going to be in public-private partnerships as y'all endure this, and working with the private sector so that we can sort of grow our way out of some of these cuts, and this is a great opportunity. But so it's not dead. We're putting it on hold, and I'll keep the board abreast of how we go, which does go to Commissioner Ward's point on item number 2, unless there's any questions on item 1. Going to item 2, it goes to Commissioner Ward's point. We are looking for alternatives. I've had a lot of dialogue with the chair, with the folks in the community. One of the things that Mr. Cliff Butler, who runs the Franklin County Community and Land Trust Development, done a superior job. He's another one that's worked out there pushing rope for a long time. And he's come to Team Franklin with the opportunity for Team Franklin to assume, basically organizationally and legally, his land trust. So that's going before his board, it's going before our board. But what I wanted to bring to the board's attention, that is a huge vehicle for us to be able to put county lands, city lands, et cetera, in perpetuity under the flexibilities that are allowed by Florida statute with a land trust. So we could go to a smaller model. So if this board decides to bond and look at a much smaller scenario, we have a vehicle built in to do that if we have to go at it on our own. Because one of the things that is, I think, very advantageous to the board and to the community, this would be a revenue producing scenario. You would have homes, you would have rents that would be able to debt service the bonding that you went out with. So you're not looking just for ad valorem taxes or appropriations. There would be a revenue stream that could offset that. And I look forward to working with the board and working with Cliff Board. Where we are on that, we have spoken to our attorney, Team Franklin's attorney, which is with Olive, Miller, and Bryant up in Tallahassee. Mr. Dan Hartman is their attorney on the board. Those two are going to get together. We're going to look at all, and I'll get this information to you, we're going to look at all of their financials. They have submitted those to me. We'll put the attorneys together and see if that works. Then I'll bring that before the Team Franklin board, and then I'll bring that back to you for ratification as well. Any questions on that? Part 3 is more of an EDC update that I wanted to bring to your attention. We worked over the last couple of months making sure, I've come to this board before talking about the opportunity zones and particularly the airport. Those 4 parcels of property, just under 800 acres, is an outstanding opportunity to do what your public and you guys spoke of earlier with master planning and blueprinting your economic diversity in that plan. This is part of it. This will give a massive federal opportunity in capital gains taxes to recruit businesses from all over the country. We've gotten letters from this board. We've gotten letters from the city. We got letters from the Team Franklin and the EDC. We had to submit those to the governor. He starts selecting July 1st. Parcels throughout the state meeting that criterion. We meet all of the criterion. I would be surprised if we don't get selected based on where we are. But what that does, the governor then recommends that to Treasury and to the IRS, and we start getting that codified into it. So we'll have another tool, as they say, to be able to look at the airport. We're going on the premise that that's going to happen as we start talking to, we have had some dialogue with a couple of folks that are interested. I did, and I know the board's aware, the revolving infrastructure fund is out right now. There's a tight deadline on July 13th to turn that back in. And I wanted to bring to the board's attention, if y'all want to speak when we're done, I want to work with your airport board to make sure that if there's any projects that they have teed up, this is a great opportunity. That has an infrastructure economic link to it. We want to make sure that we don't miss a deadline July 13th, so we could get the governor to pay attention to what we're doing with the airport. So I'll pause there for a second and see if there's any questions on that. Y'all okay with that? Okay. The second part, this is exciting news as well, working with our regional partners. Florida's Great Northwest has a massive economic footprint across the Panhandle. Ms. Jennifer Connolly is their president and CEO. I've submitted to Mr. Michael over there the 25th. She will be here for our first EDC meeting. I know a lot of you will be at the meeting. We're going to set up a Zoom link so that you'll be able to hear her. Her main objective is to talk about how they work with the communities economically and with diversity and planning. BP, with the oil spill monies that are there through Triumph, they received money to do strategic planning on a grand scale with each of the counties. That is a big deal because that's what we've been talking about, and we're doing it with no money. They're doing it on a grand scale with money. So it's a great opportunity for Franklin County to be able to do that. August 27th, I've submitted to Mr. Marone a packet, and there are some responsibilities that we have, such as meeting space, those type of issues, some housekeeping things that we need to do, and reaching to our shareholders. They want to know who our shareholders are, what data that we have historically, what have you applied for on all types of different grants. So they're going to harness all of that information over the next coming months and then be here on August 27th. So obviously, we'd like them to meet individually with you, collectively with you, and talk about where you want to take Franklin County from that economic opportunity. Again, this is for the general public as well, so that everybody does what some of your folks had talked about with master planning and blueprinting Franklin County. So I'm excited to announce that to you, but she will be here on the 25th. That meeting is at 1 o'clock at the old elementary school there in East Point, and it's publicly noticed so that y'all have that as well. And that's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Anyone have any questions for Mr. Bill?
Just one question.
Yes.
Who's the developer, Bill?
The developer of which?
Of the first part of it.
That is Upward Communities. That's Jason Roberts. They're out of Texas. They're in dialogue now with multiple counties. I know that Marion County, when y'all go down there, you can speak to them. I know that Commissioner Ward has. They're in discussion with Pinellas right now. Pinellas had an interesting, as he reported back to me, Pinellas reported that one of their driving factors is obviously the economics and housing for their employees, but also the number of FTE. They're growing and they're losing folks to surrounding counties because the way the schools, and Commissioner Croom knows this, how they're reimbursed by FTE, they want those kids in those houses, so they're helping their school system as well. So they're looking at all of the avenues, but that's the developer that we've been working
The
with.
reason why I'm asking is, there wasn't any other developer around in our area that wanted to do something like that?
Interesting you say that. In one of our Team Franklin meetings, Mr. Duncan with Duncan Construction is on our EDC board. We have 12 members that represent you all from diverse areas, and he's one. He brought that up. The problem that it's been historically is that if you do one or two, you're almost doing like a Habitat for Humanity. It becomes a very cumbersome process and you can't meet your needs. But with this land trust, we think we could move in that direction. So we could work with local builders, we could have the land availability, we'd have the bonding availability. So yes, ma'am, we're working toward your local contractors to be part of the answers to this.
And just for clarification again, understand, as long as I've been on board and past that, Franklin County has never bonded anything. So
I couldn't get a pencil away from the boys in Gulf County, but over here, yes. You will, the same problem that we were facing with Team Franklin, you'll need to be rated to be able to do that. It's that old adage that y'all don't have bad credit, you just don't have credit in that bonding world. So there are some things we'll have to work with Aaron if y'all chose to go down that path of making sure that you could bond and work with your underwriters and how that works.
Yeah, make sure it's a good deal.
Absolutely.
So the other thing too is now that we could consider, and I don't know, this is just a thought, but it would be nice if there would be a way for, in a public-private partnership, for some of our local builders to build their own consortium.
Absolutely.
And, you know, maybe one builder might build 2 houses, and the other one might build 5, and the other one might build 8. Doesn't matter. At the end, we got, 14 houses. And it's not putting all the onus on one group, if you get what I'm saying.
Well, the thing that I like, and that's a brilliant idea, Mr. Chairman, because number one, what you're doing, I hate to say it in a way of like in a financial world, but you're basically the seed money that builder doesn't have any risk within that consortium. If they're going to build that house, you're going to be the financial bonder, but the rent money long-term comes back to you, which could fund certainly growth of the next home and the next home. So you're 100% right. If we put the consortium together with the land trust, we'll have the vehicle to own the land and then build and construct on the land for your employees.
So
Good idea.
There's got to be a way to do it, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I agree with you.
Anything else? I appreciate y'all very much. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Rowan, we're going back to Ms. Griffin.
Yeah, you have.
Is that what's next?
Her or go to your planning and zoning.
Well, I'm not trying to skip everything, that's why I was asking.
Yeah, no. Let's see, if, there she is.
Hey, Ms. Aaron.
Hello again. Let's see, Commissioners, I actually have, let's see here, Looks like 10 action items as we have already covered the budget workshop dates.
All right. Commissioners, do y'all have anything that y'all would like to pull and discuss independently, or how do you feel about all 10 of these items on consent?
The only one, Mr. Chairman, that I wouldn't mind pulling is number 6.
Okay.
But I'm fine with the consent on the rest, if the other commissioners are.
All right. Anyone else? All right, if there are no others, I would entertain a motion to approve items 1 through 5 and 7 through, you said it's 10 total, right? 7 through 10 on
Correct.
consent.
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Amison. It's been seconded by Commissioner Croom. Any additional discussion before we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. Ms. Aaron, let's talk about number 6.
Okay. Right. Action item number 6 is the 6th Street widening and resurfacing project in East Point is underway and the construction plans are 60% complete. The Avenue A sidewalks project will terminate at Vrooman Park located at the intersection of Avenue A and 6th. To allow for safe pedestrian access, the resurfacing design has specified the addition of a stop sign on 6th Street just before the dangerous 90-degree turn onto Avenue A. The stop sign will slow traffic in an area where there is congestion at a 90-degree turn with multiple roadway entries and exits for a park location, playground, and a fire department. Board action to approve the location of a new stop sign at the 90-degree intersection of Avenue A and 6th Street.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve, but I do have a question.
All right, what's your question?
So 6th Street, of course, is where the firehouse is. It runs up by Vrooman Park. Are you talking about the curve there by Vrooman going towards the cemetery?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
it's going to be right there in that 90-degree angle.
Going northbound or?
Both ways.
Both ways?
Both ways.
We tried that before and it didn't quite work out so well, just FYI. We put a stop sign there, but this is FDOT is requiring this?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Look, I love FDOT, but anyway, I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay, so we do have a motion to approve.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Amison. The motion was made by Commissioner Ward. Under discussion, Ms. Aaron, I have a question. Since it is going to be a dramatic change for that corner that's been that way my entire life, can we ask them to also paint stop bars across the road where that stop sign is?
Yes,
You know what I
definitely.
mean? So there's more than just a sign there. There are other visual markers to let people know they need to get ready to stop.
And we have had actually several instances where a car has lost control and actually gone through the fencing or, damaged the restroom building there. So that has happened several times in the past 20 years, even in my recent memories.
And Mr. Chairman, that is why I had a stop sign installed
Yes,
there.
yes.
And it didn't work out too well, so we took it up, but now I guess we're gonna have to put it back, so that's okay.
So FDOT is requiring this?
Just because of the new pavement.
It's not cheaper than that.
It's not, is it
It
temporary?
was actually the design standards as far as for the engineering.
So just to answer, Mr. Chairman, if you will, Commissioner Croom, I asked for a sidewalk from Ridge Road to Vrooman Park. And so Aaron also asked for a grant to resurface 6th Street, which runs in front of Vrooman Park and the firehouse. Well, FDOT is funding both these projects with a grant. So I guess in their recommendations, when they did the engineering, they thought that putting a stop sign there at that 90-degree turn would be more safe for putting the sidewalk there.
I got you, okay.
If that makes sense.
Any additional discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. Ms. Aaron, anything else?
Let's see, just some general project updates, Commissioners. Let's see, the SGI Stormwater Project, they're still plugging away on the resurfacing depending upon weather. We have had a little bit of rain yesterday, so that did slow things down. But to date, the only locations that are remaining is actually going to be some resurfacing work for the corridor of East Pine Street, East Gorey and 3rd East, and then 1st Street East. And then also the Brownsville Road pavement patchwork has also begun. And it may take actually several coats for those patches to actually be smooth.
Okay.
I just wanted to make you all aware of that. Also, the Island View Park project, we should be issuing a notice to proceed sometime soon, once we get the construction contract executed.
Yeah, and I have noticed that the first phase of the East Point Nature Center Park is coming along well.
It is, yes, it looks great.
Yeah. All right, anyone have any questions for Ms. Aaron before we proceed?
I misheard. Did you say Brownsville? What about that?
The Brownsville Road pavement patchwork has already begun.
Yeah,
I believe
it's-
Jason's already done a couple
Yeah,
of
okay,
those areas, but he said it may take several coats.
Yeah, me and him had a discussion yesterday. He, it was 2 days ago, they got on there and knocked it out, but there are a couple spots that he's not satisfied with, and they're gonna go back. But they've done a great job. I mean, what it is right now is 100 times better, so it will only get better from there, but anyway.
All right. Ms. Aaron, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, Aaron, before you go, can I discuss item number 2, because Aaron will have some input on that from my report, page 8, item 2.
All right.
Commissioner, for some time, the board discussed separating the Parks and Recreation Department from Solid Waste Department due to the added responsibilities, workload, and the desire to recruit more tournaments to the county. Last week, I participated in the Assistant Solid Waste Director interviews, which were advertised internally with candidates Mr. David Aston Messer and Mr. William David Wilson. Both interviews went well. After the interviews, based on the board's continued discussions of separating Parks and Rec from solid waste, I recommend the following, suggest the following. Create 2 assistant director positions. One will be responsible for solid waste department and the other for Parks and Rec and animal control. Both positions would answer to your director, your current director, Mr. Fonda Davis. Promote Mr. David Aston Messer to the solid waste assistant director. It was obvious from the interview that the continued betterment for both the community and staff of the landfill and solid waste department is the reason Mr. Messer has invested so many years with the county in that department. His current role as the landfill manager has prepared him well for this next step. During his interview, Mr. William David Wilson's confidence and calm answers regarding crisis management and de-escalation of public and staff situation and issues makes him a great assistant director candidate for Parks and Recreation and Animal Control. Mr. Fonda Davis and Ms. Erin Griffith both fully support this recommendation, and Mr. Messer and Mr. Wilson are both excited and ready to start their new roles with the county, if the board so proceeds. If the board supports the promotion of Mr. Messer to Assistant Director of Solid Waste Department and Mr. Wilson to the Assistant Director of Parks and Recreation and Animal Control Departments, I ask that these promotions are retroactively effective as of Monday, June 15th, as they both have limited time to work with Mr. Albert Floyd. Mr. Davis would like to explain that. I'll let him get on. I'll explain the process he separates, how he's going to separate the departments. There will be some transition, and Mrs. Erin Griffith will explain how this will affect each department's budget. I'll let Erin go first because Fonda is asking for a link so he can hop on the call.
He should have just stayed.
Oh, yeah, well.
Ms. Aaron, tell us how it's going to work out budget-wise.
Okay, Commissioners, both applicants, Aston Messer and David Wilson, have worked at the Franklin County landfill for a long while and have familiarity with all departments. With the growth over the years in the Parks and Recreation Department and Animal Control Department staffing levels, the board has expressed a desire for department-specific oversight of those departments and has discussed an inevitable split in the future just due to department size and scope of operations. The landfill department will also undergo substantial changes and more challenges to operations with the eventual transition to a transfer station operation in the next few years. This move will allow for a smooth transition of leadership and a clearly defined chain of command for these departments. Both Aston and David possess the necessary operational certifications for the Franklin County landfill, and both will be able to cover responsibilities as currently done. Both will move to a pay grade 13, and the current role of landfill manager will be left unfilled. Mr. Messer will be at a higher level in grade 13 due to tenure, as there is a 5+ years between the two employees. Both Aston and David have been wonderful employees, and we look forward to them stepping into management roles.
Aaron, you answered my question when I called you about the whole landfill manager position about us potentially using that salary to offset. So that's,
Correct. And you'll also have the savings from the from actually the health insurance and life insurance benefits for that position as well. So it will be a positive change.
And while waiting for Fonda to hop on, one of the things, Aaron, so we are not, you and I discussed, and Fonda discussed this, that we will not fill that landfill manager position that Aston currently holds, because he will only have to focus on the landfill and solid waste department, so there's no need for like another assistant. That's his job, you know? And he's fully aware, because we discussed it yesterday, that this transfer station is coming, and he will need to really focus on that. That's a big deal, because, you know, by the time it gets here and we're in full effect, Fonda might be leaving then, so that full weight is gonna be on his shoulders, basically.
Well, and just to add something to that, Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind, we need to start focusing on things like that, because when Howard Neighbors and that crew starts their retirement, you're talking about 10 employees that will be going out at the same time. And you think of the institutional knowledge and all that that's going to be coming in. So we need to get ready and get going and be ready to go transcend into a new environment, basically. Because that's what's going to happen.
And Mr. Chairman, like I've spoke many times back before on this board about how me personally would like the separation of the departments. And I think it's even more important now because of this, again, this property tax initiative. We may have to fund a different budget. You know, we talked about using potential TDC funds to fund our parks and recs. And I think that would be easier for Aaron, our budget person, to say, yeah, it's easier to budget-wise having the department separate. Is that right, Aaron? It make that job easier for you?
Well, actually, on the TDC discussion, I know that's something coming up later on Attorney Schuler's report. But, you know, with that being said, the additional tax proceeds that you all are looking at, that's a sports franchise facility fee, or to be used for marketing and advertisement. So it won't necessarily be able to cover the expense of personnel for Parks and Recreation Department, just to make you all aware of that.
So that was a question too I had, because Michael and I had talked about that. We weren't sure if that was going to be able to be the case, but I guess it's not, so never mind. I was hoping that, because Aaron, correct me if I'm wrong, don't we have a couple of Parks and Recs employees that get paid using TDC funds?
We do. We actually transfer out of TDC. We transfer, I believe it's $135,000 per year, and that is actually from your beach park facility funding. So that's actually for them to go and clean the restrooms at the beach park facility. So that was actually something that the county has done for a long while. And at this point, you know, granted, beach park facility spending is limited to 10% per year. So granted, you could go up a little bit on that for some of the funding offset. However, it would decrease the funding available to spend at your other beach park, kind of like the match that we did at the Carabel Beach Park location when we refurbished the pavilions there. And then also, you know, the work that the county has done at Lighthouse Park on St. George Island. So that 10% would kind of dip into those expenses.
So one thing I like about this discussion, because we have talked about separating these, but always before, we didn't really move forward because there wasn't a path forward, because every way we were talking about doing it, we're going to be budget negative. They were going to impact the budget. They were going to increase the budget. They were going to add to the budget to try to separate. Because, you know, if you're putting a whole nother director in place, then yeah, that creates a problem. But there's a way now that we can potentially do it, and it's actually budget positive. I'm good with all that discussion, I can assure you.
And Mr. Chairman, if I could just weigh in
Yes.
on what Commissioner Ward was discussing about potential funding of Parks and Rec. I have been told that other counties may be doing that. I've looked, the statute is not readily apparent. And that's the kindest way I can put it. It's not readily apparent to me how they could possibly do that, but I've asked to see what they're relying on. But I don't think it's going to be possible.
All right, so do we ever have a motion on this?
Not
think
yet.
we're waiting for Mr.
Well, yeah,
Davis.
Fonda was, I'm trying to get him to unmute. He has, I don't know if he has any issues with that. But again, I could have him, oh, there he is. He's unmuted. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, I missed what you need.
Really?
We need some money, Fonda. You got
Really?
some money?
Yeah.
You're on speakerphone, Fonda.
Sir, how you doing?
We're looking for money. You got some money?
So we pretty much, I informed the board, Erin gave her part as to your two assistant directors and the separation of the departments. I guess just for you to explain the transition, that it will not be a quick deal, you know, you're still going to need them to work with each other, but that's, I'm gonna leave it there and let you pick it up from there.
Yeah, what my plans are is to use William David, as we know him by David Wilson, more in the Parks and Rec, but with the understanding that we will not be able to replace anybody at the moment. He will still need to be in the landfill also. So, but that's all, that's where we want to go with it. Again, he will be, and matter of fact, he's out today getting some training in Parks and Rec.
Anyone have any questions?
I make a motion that we approve it.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Sanders,
Second.
second by Commissioner Croom. Any discussion? Since there's no discussion, I will call for a vote. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? It's a 5-0 vote, unanimous.
Now you can let Erin go.
Thank you, Ms. Harris.
Thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Davis.
Yeah, thank you all.
All right, so, Ms. Bree, I think we're up to you.
Yes, thank you.
Finally.
You can share, right?
I'm about to. All right, perfect. All right, so we'll start with two critical shoreline applications. The first is for 813 US Highway 98. This is a consideration of a request for the construction of a 680 square foot single-family dock with one covered boat slip. Property is located in East Point, Franklin County, Florida. Request submitted by John and Cassandra Desjarnet applicants, and this was a unanimous motion to approve from the P&Z board.
Right, any questions, Commissioners? What is the pleasure of the board?
So moved to approve.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward,
Second.
second by Commissioner Sanders, and I believe Commissioner Croom. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous, 5-0. Go ahead, Ms. Bree.
All right, next we have 1917 US Highway 98, a consideration of a request for the construction of a 1,457 square foot dock with two uncovered boat slips. Property is located in East Point, Franklin County, Florida. Request submitted by Scott Davis, Backroads Consulting, agent for Seabreeze Journey LLC. This was also a unanimous motion of approval from the P&Z board.
All right. Any questions, Commissioners? All right, pleasure of the board.
So moved with comment.
Okay, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward. Second by Commissioner Croom. Commissioner Ward, go ahead with your comment.
So looking at these applications, I was noticing, one's 900 square feet, the other's 1,457 square feet. I was like, that's a really long dock, but if you look at the schematic, the picture, the depth of the water's obviously different depending upon, the area. So it's like, it sticks way out there, but that's where the deeper water is.
Yes.
So that's why I just want to make a clarification for that, for the public and for the board, but.
Exactly where is that at?
It's kind of right, well, it's right between Carabel and East Point, but it's not far from, I believe it's Hidden Beaches, that area right there, I believe is where this is at.
Hidden Beaches.
Hidden Beaches area, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, any more discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. Go ahead, Ms. Bray.
All right. Next, we have a commercial site plan for 146 Box Cut Road in Bald Point State Park. This is a consideration of a request that proposes expansion and redevelopment of Bald Point State Park. The project proposes building a new ranger station with improved circulation at the park entrance and proposes revising the existing beach entrance. In addition, a new RV campground is proposed internal to the park that will have a bathhouse associated with it. Property is located in Alligator Point, Franklin County, Florida. Request submitted by Spencer Bernal, Kimley Horn and Associates, agent for State of Florida. This did have a unanimous motion from the P&Z board, but there was a contingency. The motion was to recommend approval contingent upon the septic permitting being issued as shown on the plans currently.
Right. And is this a request coming from the state?
Yes.
Okay.
I have a question. The Bald Point State Park has a management committee. Did this go through that committee, and did they see this and approve that?
I can't say for certainty yes, but this was grant funded, so they would have had to apply for the funding, so I would assume they did.
The reason why I say is because the planner, I used to sit on it for years, and then Mark Currington sat on it, and you should be sitting on that management plan committee. And if you're not, we need to get you on there.
Okay.
Because this is, either me or her, because anything that they do as far as the management plan needs to be compatible to what is in that management plan. And I want to make sure that meets the criteria. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am.
It's okay, I know a little bit about it, but my thing is, if it's not in the management plan, then they got a problem. But anyway, I don't know what to do about that.
I could look into that. I might suggest that be a contingency if you do recommend for approval, along with the septic. I do believe they are on a bit of a time crunch with this, just because it is grant funding.
Okay, I don't mind doing a contingent on, you find out they went before the management plan and you get their decision, their votes or whatever way they did it, okay? I don't have no problem doing this, but now, and I'm trying to look down here because it doesn't say how many, I couldn't find where it said how many RVs they were gonna want down there and all that, I mean.
Mr. Chairman, it looks like, in looking at the plan, it looked like about, 36, I think I counted 33. I have it in my notes here. I think it was 33.
That's what I was.
I'm trying to find
33 sites. If you look at, there was one schematic, it's like 100-something pages. But I don't know what page it's on, but I did look at it, and it looked like there was going to be about 33 campsites, or RV pads, whatever we call it.
And that right there is coming in. See, they made that other entrance to where it was down at Bald Point Road, and they were making everybody go down the Bald Point Road. So now they come back up toward 98, and made an entrance, and that's what you see right there.
You're correct. It was 33 camping spots.
Okay.
So is that a motion to approve, Commissioner Sanders, with the contingency?
Contingent on the management plan.
All right, so we do have a motion to approve.
Second.
By Commissioner Sanders, it's been seconded by Commissioner Ward. Any additional discussion before we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. Ms. Brady, you have anything else?
Yes, I do have one informational item. There was a report attached within the agenda on House Bill 589. This was for on-site sewage treatment and disposal system permits. This bill goes into effect July 1st, and it's going to change how we process things in-house a little bit, so I kind of wanted to bring it to y'all's attention and the public's attention. For single-family residences, which is what this is applicable to, it'll actually be helpful for them. Right now, under our current code, I have to ask for people's septic system permits for their development permit. And what we're seeing is when they submit those to DEP, there's a bit of a lag in processing. So they might have everything else ready to go, and then they have to wait for 2 to 3 weeks before that permit comes in, and then I can give the sign off, and then they go to the building department for their actual building permits. So they end up having to wait on DEP. This bill essentially removes that component. Doesn't remove it entirely, but it says that we can issue development and building permits without their full septic permit in hand. They do have to provide proof of application. So with that application comes how big is the house, what kind of system, and a site plan showing where it is. So we will still be checking for our own setback requirements. I do think this is actually potentially helpful because I will be able to see their site plan before the state fully approves it, because the state does not check for Franklin County regulations. They just check for theirs. And every now and then we will have a situation where someone has a septic permit from the state and it doesn't meet Franklin County regulations and they have to go through the whole thing again. So essentially, what this means for us implementation-wise for the planning department, we are going to be updating the county planning website, our paper development permit applications, our citizen-served development permit applications, and any issued development permits. There is going to be a disclaimer. That language is at the bottom of page 2 of my report. My report states under review by the county attorney. Attorney Schuler has signed off on the disclaimer. It's essentially saying that if people pull a building permit and they start building their home before their septic system is fully permitted by DEP, they take all risk associated with that if something were to go wrong and things had to be moved.
So are we gonna, with this new law, are we gonna have to track if they do that? Is that something we issue a stop work order, or what does that look like?
So it would result in a stop work order, and there's language in the bill that you can't get your CO until you have your file complete. So the county will still require the full permit during the building permit stage. That'll be something that the building department goes and checks for, which they already do right now. The way we had been operating is they apply with their site plan, their well permit, and their septic permit or letter of availability, and then it goes to the building department. They issue a building permit, and they still have to verify that they put the septic where the site plan says they can, and that they meet all the specifications.
Right, unless they just hire a private provider, and then they have to do none of it.
Yeah.
Whole different argument.
Whole different argument. Okay, just questions I had.
All right.
Anyone else have any questions about that? About what she's presenting?
Nope.
Thank you, Ms. Brady, we appreciate it.
Thank you all.
Mr. Morone, before we start, let's take a short break. Franklin County Board of County Commissioners now back in session. Mr. Morone, we're going to you, sir.
Yeah, and
Let's wrap this thing up.
And I cannot do an Alan Pierce here this morning, Commissioners. Okay, action item number 1 basically is a bigger protective shield for the deputies at the back door. A request by the sheriff, he got the quote, and I already checked with Aaron or Linda. Yeah, we can pay for that, we're good. Linda, this is a Linda deal. I checked with Linda, we can pay for this.
All right, pleasure of the board.
Second.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Sanders, second by Commissioner Ward. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
We attacked item 2 already. Item 3, early this year, there was a hearing before the code enforcement magistrate for the unsanitary and unsafe conditions at 682 Wilderness Road in East Point. The magistrate allowed the property owner 60 days to clean up the property. Once the 60 days passed, the county would have permission to access the property, clean and clear it, and then place a lien on the property for the total cost of this cleaning and clearing. Your code enforcement officer, Ms. Smith, requested quotes from contractors for debris removal and clearing at this address. Mrs. Smith reviewed the quotes and is recommending the attached 18,000, it's actually more than that,
18,600.
18,600, thank you, Ms. Brenda, quote from Bayside Land Service for this project. The issue is, I'm sorry, God bless you, we are over budget on the code enforcement line item that we did first of last year. So Aaron says we need to determine another funding source for it. Is it going to be a contingency, your contingency fund? That's where it is. We're also over in professional services, so she's asking that we not tag that anymore. That budget is already tapped out.
So was her recommendation just use contingencies?
That's the only one that.
Reserved for contingencies?
She didn't, only one she did not push back on me on.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Oh,
I got
there
a
she is.
question
Look
about
at her,
that.
still listening. She's right there.
Go ahead. Ruth.
Yeah, Commissioners, the only issue with this type of funding is you are expending public dollars to actually clean up private property. And granted, yes, you will have the ability to actually put a lien on the property, but you will not see those funds returned to you until the property sells. So that's just something to, be aware of, because that does have depending on how often this occurs, it could end up being a large amount of money that you're out for a very long time. So I just wanted to make you all aware of that.
Okay.
And that was my question and concern was, this can get very expensive for the county if we continue to do it this way. So
That was going to be, Mr. Chairman, that was going to be one of the things I was going to ask about, because I agree, it could get out of hand quick, and we don't have, we've been sitting here all day talking about budget restrictions coming down possibly.
Yeah.
And I agree with Ms. Griffith on the lien process. I mean, you could be 30 years before you ever get that money back on a lien. Because just because you put the lien on the property, doesn't mean that the property owner has to sell the property. I've had, in personal life, had liens out there that was 25 years later that popped up and said, oh, this property's selling, but we see your lien that's on it, So that's something we need to keep in mind, because, we are cleaning up people's personal property with tax dollars.
Mr. Chairman, I see both sides, because I do agree. I don't feel like we need to spend our taxpayer dollars to clean up another person's property. Is this something that's going to happen often? We've got code enforcement now. The only reason why we're having to get this cleaned up is because the property owner failed to do so, which the property owner is deceased, but the family didn't clean it up. So now it does fall to the county. But again, here we are using our taxpayer dollars to do that. It could get very expensive if every code enforcement case goes like this, which hopefully they don't. But again, here we are at an impasse, because, and I talked before about, I know we're not in code enforcement to make money, but the fees that we collect and the fines that we collect that the magistrate puts on these properties, is that money that we could use for stuff like this. Furthermore, and this is probably an attorney question, correct me if I'm wrong, can we put liens or do things with home, because there's something in the statute that states something about homesteaded versus non-homesteaded properties.
Well,
Can we talk outside the meeting?
You can't
It's a
home-
complicated subject.
Let me say something very simple. You can't homestead a vacant piece of property.
Well, yeah, that's true.
Well, that's
but this
correct,
is
but we're.
homesteaded
She
property.
was talking a more
Yeah, it's all good.
general
Right.
conversation,
Yeah, it's all
but
good.
the web parcel, as I understand it,
Right.
is vacant, but we'd have to check the record and see.
Well, I thought I had a home on it.
Yeah.
Like I said, but we'll have to check the record and
Okay,
see. I don't
okay.
remember
I'm with you,
all the
Commissioner
Yeah,
Ward.
I
details of
think it is
everything.
homesteaded, because that was the issue that came up during some discussions I've had about it before,
I-
was,
Actually, in the proposal, I think it says something about leaving, not removing the home or something that's on the property
Yeah.
right now. I have to go back and look, but yeah.
Yeah, but
So what's the pleasure
without
of the
getting
board
too
of what we have in
down,
front
yeah, I
of
got
us?
into the weeds, and to make your considerations just that much more fun, when it comes to liens, you also, depending on the nature of the lien, you have to monitor and renew it based on the statutory schedule, or the lien evaporates and you lose your money. And this is just cleaning up property. Can you imagine something larger, more complicated, the cost involved for that?
That's why we have you here.
Well, I'll say this, I'm very grateful that Mrs. Smith, Sissy was able to work with the gentleman on St. George Island about removing his, the home. Because, yeah, I hear you, but that would have been a pretty nice bill too.
so here we are, though, it's because, you know, it's like I told you yesterday, we've come this far, I hate to go backwards. I don't want to expend taxpayer dollars, but yet this is a code enforcement complaint, so we're stuck in the mud. How do we not stay stuck in the mud and move forward? Because the people that have complained on this has been going on for a long, long, long time. And you've got, our code enforcement officer's done a phenomenal job with trying to get it mitigated. It's not, the magistrate ruled. We gotta have I know, again, I don't know, we're gonna have to figure this out, because, and I don't know if again, the fees aren't gonna equal the 18,000, which I think is, honestly, if you ever seen that property, bird's eye view, that's a good price. I mean, that's a lot of work but, you know, I'm at an impasse
Where did we
again,
get it
because
from, Dave?
where's the money gonna come from? That's the thing. It's not fair to the people that have complained about this property and have dealt with this property. It's not fair for our code enforcement people to go out and do the work and then get, well, here, you have done your job, but yet we can't afford to get it cleaned up, and, I don't know. We gotta figure it out.
Well, I mean, that's not the only piece of property either that's like that too, so.
But it's no guarantee. Most code enforcement, knock on wood, issues that we've had come up have been mitigated by the homeowner. They've been remedied. This is one out of probably, I'm hoping, many that we are gonna have to address, where it just so happened the property owner died and the family doesn't want the responsibility of having to pay to get it mitigated.
Yeah.
But they want the property.
So what's the pleasure?
I just need a motion that you guys agree to pay for this and pay for it out of your contingency fund.
I'll make that motion.
All right, have a motion to approve by Commissioner Sanders. Do we have a second?
Can we table this? I'm sorry, I made a motion, but, I'm sorry, let's go ahead,
Well, you want it done, that's the reason why.
I know, but I don't know.
You want it done or not, Jessica?
Need more time
I
to
just,
think.
look, can we table this so that I can talk to Aaron about some more funding?
Okay.
I'm sorry, I know you got a motion, but I just can't vote in favor right now, only because I don't want to use our taxpayer dollars.
You're gonna have to.
We're gonna have to
We're
eventually.
using taxpayer
If
dollars
you-
for code enforcement.
If you
Yeah, that's
expect
true.
to do this, you're
I
gonna have
mean,
to.
that's what we're,
Yeah.
And then whatever gets reimbursed to the county, that'll offset it, but you'll still have that initial cost. And it's on all those cases that has been in front of the magistrate.
Let me just ask this question. All right, let's just say that we approve this.
Aaron's back in case you need to ask.
Okay, so you can jump in here after this, but, I mean, if I'm a property owner and I'm sitting here and I've just seen the county spend $18,000 to clean this piece of property up, and I've got a derelict piece of property somewhere, what's to motivate me from doing anything when I'll just wait and let y'all pay
It's
for it?
completely different.
You know what I'm saying?
This is completely different.
How is it different?
Because the property owner is deceased.
Who owns the property?
Can't pay. I think it's actually in probate. I don't think it has a direct owner yet. So, I mean, we're either gonna do it or we're not gonna do it.
I think my issue is this, just, it's not budgeted, and we are now going into contingency funds, and that's one of my big thing on this is the contingency fund on this.
Mr. Chairman, go ahead.
No, I was gonna ask Attorney Schuler, if it's in probate,
And then that's what I understand. I don't
I'm
know
just,
the legal, that's what I've been
my
told.
wheels are turning. I'm trying to figure out how we can recoup our money. Let go.
Well, the simple fact is, we're already paying county tax dollars to have a code enforcement officer to actually do the work. The magistrate
Yeah,
gave
this
them the
isn't the
order.
only case she's working on.
No, it's not. But it's the only one like this that has a deceased property owner. So we're already spending, and have already been spending county tax dollars on it. We're either gonna do it or not. We had this discussion months ago.
Ms. Griffin, I'd like to hear what she has
I mean,
to
that's
say.
the way I feel. We say that we
Yeah,
don't
Commissioners,
do it.
to date, so he originally budgeted $75,000 towards code enforcement for this current budget year. So to date, you're actually at $73,000. And we did just sign a contract with Attorney Ethan Way. I know the Sheriff's Department has now got involved. I don't know what those expenses are going to be. You also have, I know Ms. Smith is also going on some additional training in August, so that's more expenses for code enforcement. With that being said, this was not budgeted as well. And then I personally have not seen where the fees are going. Have we levied any fees as of yet? So just, maybe Schuler can weigh in on that issue, but I actually haven't seen the offset side.
I have no idea. I don't collect
There have
the
been
money.
fines collected.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That would
I
be a
understand that there
question
have
for the
been
clerk.
some, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
That would be a question for the clerk.
Right. I
Any
understand.
fines are received in their office.
So, kind of,
Which, again, I've talked about this way before, about the fees potentially becoming a way to offset some costs. Because I knew this was going to come up.
Yeah.
I did. So the discussion was, can we use some of these funds to offset the cost when we do have to do this? And again, that was discussed, but I don't know, again, how many fees were collected or how many, how that's progressed, so, but.
so,
Well,
Commissioner.
I'll bet Mike's monthly paycheck, we've not collected $18,000.
No, I mean, I
thank you so
know
much.
that. I know, I do agree with that. However,
Okay. So, can I recommend something? So, Commissioners, further my report, please, not kicking the can down the road. That's not my intention here. Further down, you're going to take your first glance at the code enforcement ordinance. If you desire, you could table this. You're not saying no. You take a pause on this and see if there's, in talking to Attorney Schuler, Attorney Theriak, as we look at the code enforcement, is there another way that we can handle these situations when they come up? Because you guys are right. This might be the first time. It won't be the last. And, whatever you do here, somebody's going to look back and say, well, you did it there. Why can't you do it for me here too? So I don't know if you want to take if you want to take a pause, because the board looks a little, not, what's the word?
$18,000 is cheaper than the attorney's fees we're gonna pay when we get sued
Who we
for
gonna-
inaction.
For,
Who's suing us?
that's true.
For what?
We've already had a magistrate order that the property get cleared. It's already been before a
That's
magistrate.
what I'm saying.
yeah, but
But they didn't order us to clear it though, did they?
they
They
said,
ordered the property cleared.
yeah,
Okay, well, however you wanna do it, I'm good with it.
by the home.
I'm rolling with all of y'all.
Didn't say we.
I'm not pushing one way or another.
I know, yeah.
We're either gonna do it or we're not gonna do it.
Again, we
This
could,
can't be a conversation every time $2,000 comes up or $5,000. We're either doing code enforcement or we're not doing code enforcement. If y'all don't want to do it, let's not do it. But let's not halfway do anything.
Well, I
That's
mean,
just
that-
frustrating.
Aren't we now directed by the magistrate to clean that property up?
Do you know anything about that, Attorney Schuler?
It's been so many months ago, and we've had so many code enforcement cases. I don't remember. I would want an opportunity to look at the magistrate's order to see what it actually says, instead of trying to go by my memory at this point. I didn't know we were going to get this far down into the weeds, or I would have looked at everything. But I just
We have potential to get this far down the weeds
Well-
every time we meet.
Well, I know.
I mean,
I don't know.
I'm sorry, I'm not mad at anybody.
we got a
No.
We're either going to do it or we're not going to do it. It's really cut and dry.
So where are we at right now? We got a motion on the board?
We do.
Yep,
We
I got a motion on the
have a
floor.
motion on the floor to
And a
approve the
quote, a
cleanup.
quote that Sissy's asking us
We do
to
not have a
approve.
second.
I'll second.
Okay, so we do have a second from Commissioner Ward. Any additional discussion before we vote? All in favor?
I do have a question. What's the time frame? 60 days? Is that,
The 60 days was for the owner to clean it.
okay.
And after that, we had a right to access, but I would defer to Attorney Schuler's recommendation of looking at exactly what the order said from the magistrate. The 60 days was on the owner, the heirs, whatever, to clear it. He was given, because, I hate to rehash the whole case, but the gentleman, the son of the person that, Mr. Webb, son, said he would have liked the opportunity to remove some, there was a school bus. Apparently, the school bus infringed on both properties, Mr. Webb's and the neighbors. But he wanted the opportunity to move that, to get some scrap out of it, some of the other things. And that's why the magistrate said, okay, I'm going to give you 60 days to clear it. After that, the county has the right to go into property and clear it and put a lien against it.
My question, has he done any progress with that?
No,
None?
so Miss,
So he doesn't have
as far as
any-
Mrs. Smith, Sissy says, no, he did not.
So he's defined, well,
So,
he's basically defined the order, so.
Oh, yeah.
Could we possibly have, I don't know how this works, but could we have tabled this, so to speak, and then allow Attorney Schuler time, and then handle this at our next meeting? And then that way, we're not
I'm
really
okay
kicking
with
the
that.
can down the road, but
She made the motion, I made the second.
Yeah, I
but
mean, I don't have,
I don't mind tabling it, but I mean, I've already made the second, so, and she made the motion. But I mean, that's what I was gonna do, was table, but then, you
You can
know,
rescind
as
the motion.
Chairman
Well, you can res-
stated,
that's what I was about
you know,
to-
it's like a danged if you, danged if you don't, you know. I do agree we need to move forward, but, no, you
don't
know.
matter. It doesn't
The facts
matter.
aren't going to change.
No, they're not, but would we know more? And honestly, I wouldn't mind sitting down and talking with Aaron about maybe a solution to this, because this is gonna come up. We're gonna have to figure it out, but, you know.
Everybody committed to
So do you
code
rescind your motion?
enforcement?
I rescind my second. She motioned.
Yeah, I motioned it. I guess I'll rescind it then.
Okay, so the motions have been rescinded.
I'll make a motion that we table it till the next meeting, allow Attorney Schuler to get into the weeds. And then we'll,
All right, so we have a motion to table by Commissioner Anderson, second by Commissioner Croom. Any additional discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, can we please confirm, verify, one, how to move forward, fees? If we get fees, can we put that into the account to offset some of these? Because I know it's probably not going to equal the amount, but again, it's some cost that we can offset. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other discussion? All in favor of tabling? Any opposed? I oppose. Let the
I'll
record reflect
oppose
there
too.
was
Go
a
ahead and put
3-2
me
vote.
down too. That's 3-2, Mr.
Yep.
Chairman.
But it does pass. It is tabled. All right, sir, go ahead.
Okay, where are we? Discussion, the Value Adjustment Board. Let's see.
I volunteer.
Oh,
Hallelujah. That's what I'm talking
I
about.
volunteer.
Good job.
Oh, wow.
Are you serve as the chairman of the VAB?
Yeah.
Do y'all want me to?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
oh, yeah.
Sure do.
I'll do it.
Well,
I'll
let's-
do it.
let's-
That was
my
easy.
motion
See
and
how
vote.
easy that was, y'all?
That was great.
Okay, let's use the second.
Well, I did you in last time.
Say what now?
On the value adjustment board, I said I done you in last year and
I've
got
had it
you
last
in
2
before you
years.
knew it. So I was
So-
gonna do it before you did it to me.
But we do need a second one, though.
Yes.
I'll be the second.
You sure?
Michael, I got a question on this.
Yes, sir.
A motion and vote
Yes, it
They're
is.
gonna have to make a motion here with the
Yes.
two names. Well.
for both of them.
A third.
So I'll be
Yes.
your alternate then.
Yes.
You were my alternate last year, right? Or which one of
I
y'all? 'Cause
was.
I was the one that
I was alternate.
was potentially going to be in a position there where I couldn't
But
make
this
that.
way you won't have to obligate yourself, only if I can't be there, you know? And we shouldn't have that much. I
Danny?
don't know, we might.
Danny
Well,
Gay
the
was.
first year we didn't, and then last year we did. But it was,
Yeah, okay.
Michael, do we have a, some sort of spreadsheet on what boards we're all on? And date of appointments and all that stuff, because at this point,
No, I can
you know-
work it. Yeah, you know,
You
I
want
take it back.
some?
No, I'm just saying, like-
No, I take that back.
You got so many.
Actually, Angela is working on that. She came to
okay,
me
I was
last
gonna recommend that
week.
we need to
She is.
Yeah.
know who's on what,
Yeah.
and the date of appointment,
Yeah.
Like,
a rotation log there.
like the chairman heading to one meeting yesterday and they're calling him about another one. Yeah.
That wasn't no joke.
So,
That's the way
and
it
so
is.
Double
we
parked.
we have the two commissioners. So,
Okay, Audis, you gonna do it too?
so let's see who in the audience would like to serve as the, it was Mason, right?
yeah, Mason.
I think it was Mason last year, right?
Yeah.
So are we're gonna volunteer Mason without him being here, or,
You wanna do Mason?
you know?
If we have
Bob?
somebody here that would like
Well,
to
Mr.
I'll
Al.
tell you.
stand in,
The
Mr.
Value
Stone?
Adjustment Board, when somebody does not. Oh,
Oh,
It's
it
very
would be
rare.
set by the
It's not,
clerk.
it's not often.
yeah.
They don't really have to meet unless there's
Yeah.
somebody challenges something.
If somebody's challenged, you'll have an organizational meeting and then one meeting after that, I believe.
Yeah.
Correct?
It's not
Yes.
but 2 or 3.
Yeah, and it's like an hour, hour and a half, maybe two. Oh,
So he says no.
We
Yeah.
we have no way
Al?
of knowing until it comes up.
Mr.
This is the
Chair,
problem.
there is, just to reiterate with that, because I've done it the last couple of years, you do have a mandatory initial meeting.
Right.
There's no place like home. There you go. But then unless somebody comes back, then you don't. You have that organizational meeting out front, Jess may be able to back me up on this one. And then, from that moment on, unless somebody has an issue,
Right.
then you may.
Unless there's a challenge, you might not meet again
And,
at
and
all.
what they mean by challenge, because some people may not know, it's when the property owner has a beef, so to speak, with the property appraiser, what their assessment on their taxes are.
Yes.
I think when I served, we had one, and that was it. I
Like I
don't think
said,
you had any, did you?
I've done it 2 years.
45.
We have none the first year I served, then last year we did have one. But it wasn't.
Mr. Al?
Al,
Yeah,
Al
he's
Stone.
giving a thumbs up.
what's the,
So we have,
what's the requirement? Oh, yeah, let's just go with it.
so
If
we
not,
have
we'll change
Commissioner Sanders will serve as the chair,
Mm-hmm.
and our backup would be Commissioner Amison,
Mm-hmm.
and the citizen member would be Mr. Stone.
it. Al Stone.
And who's making that motion?
I'll make that motion.
All right. That motion has been made by Commissioner Ward to approve that, and it's been seconded by Commissioner Amison. Any discussion before we vote?
School board, they'll assign their.
Yes,
they do.
Jessica Race,
we
Jessica
don't.
Race sent them a request.
All right, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Okay, Commissioner, where are we? Item 4. So I'm just going to summarize. What I'm trying to do is make all your boards, all the members on all your advisory boards at large. Right now, you have 2 boards where you have the districts sit there, and you have 2 boards where they're all at large. It's a lot. Anyway, I just think it's a good idea to make all members on all your advisory boards at large. At that point, you know, we advertise based on the board, what you're looking for. You guys review the application, decide where you're looking for, what type of candidate you're looking for, and then you guys, as a board, approve that candidate for that seat. That's it, in a nutshell.
Okay. So it would take if the board wanted to go that way, it would have to, it'd be directed to Attorney Schuler to create a draft ordinance and schedule a public hearing to do that.
Yes, because he said he would like have it by ordinance so that, it covers all your boards, because like, again, you have this mixed match situation, and it just keeps it clean, basically.
Okay.
I'm speaking like he's not here, he can't answer himself, I'm
Right,
sorry.
right.
Mr. Chairman, I'll be honest with you, I was trying to find someone for the longest to represent me on the P and Z board. And I know all of us have had issues getting our district seats covered for these boards, so, and let's face it, I mean, there may be two people in District 1 that want to be on the same board that can both provide just as much expertise and detail and foresight to it than someone from, I'm not saying bashing anybody else's district, but, there's talent out there, but I know a lot of people in my district that I've asked to be on boards are too busy, don't want to do it, or travel, or they're not available. And so, it is a lot to ask because it is all volunteer boards. And they do put a lot of time and effort into these seats. So, and I'm appreciative of that. But it is hard to sometimes get one from each district to step up. But you may have multiple ones from one district that want it.
What I've always tried to do is make sure that we got everybody covered throughout the whole county, throughout the whole county, because we're all in
We
this
can still do
together.
that.
Yeah.
It just wouldn't have the requirement to be living in a certain district.
Yeah, on the planning and zone, you got the requirement, you have to have that.
Yeah.
Like that. Yeah, but a long time ago though, when you first started, you had to have somebody in the forestry industry,
Right.
you had to have somebody in
And
the.
we changed that.
Yes. I was explaining that to Bree recently, yeah.
Because we wasn't getting it,
Right.
and, everything. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve this.
Okay.
Second.
So it's been approved by Commissioner Ward by motion to direct Attorney Schuler to create this draft ordinance, schedule required public hearing to look at doing this. It's been seconded by Commissioner Amison. Any additional discussion before we vote?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, can we get a spreadsheet of that too? Because I know,
Sure.
I know that.
Of who's serving on what board?
Yes, because
Okay.
sometimes and their terms, like I
We're
don't know
living in
when.
Excel.
Yeah, yeah, living in an Excel spreadsheet, but I don't know when their terms are up.
Okay.
All right, any additional discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Commissioners, item number 6, Barnacle is about to be installed on the depot, that collects the devices on St. George Island. Devices are here, depot's being installed, but the Sheriff Department has reported to both the chairman and myself that they don't think there's a proper ordinance in place for them to enforce. So I would like the board to, again, authorize Attorney Schuler to proceed on creating a parking ordinance for St. George Island,
Like they did for Alligator.
like they did for Alligator Point. Thank you.
I make a
Commissioner.
motion that we go ahead and do that.
Second.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Sanders. It's been seconded by Commissioner Ward. Any discussion? I will say this. I would much rather come up with an ordinance than litter the area with signs.
With no parking signs. That's
Say
so
no
ugly.
parking, no
So
parking,
ugly.
no parking.
No, I got that now.
That discussion didn't go anywhere. So this is what we're doing.
So you're not liking the causeway is what you're telling me? With all
Never.
With all the no parking signs.
No, that's, but I've seen that, traveling around, I've seen that in a couple other places.
That's what FDOT told me.
It is not just here.
Yeah.
Regardless of what people think.
Yeah.
I saw it outside of Jacksonville, I saw it down in Ocala, I've saw it in a couple of places in the last couple of months.
Been told, Commissioner.
And it's ridiculous. But anyway, no, that's,
And
yeah.
I wonder if people realize that those signs with that pole cost $250 at the least. At the least.
Whoa.
I mean, they're expensive. So,
I'd like to go on record saying that did not come out of your ad valorem.
No, it did not.
Well, I mean, from
It
the
did
federal
not.
perspective, it did, I guess.
It come out of sales tax from the state.
yeah.
The one that you can't increase, sir. Yes, that one.
Exactly. So, yeah, so thank y'all for this, and let's work together to try to come up with something that works for the residents of the island and the residents of Franklin County. Any more discussion before we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Item 7, Commissioners, on page 10, you received, and I admitted late yesterday afternoon, the draft code enforcement ordinance for your review. Because it was late, I'll put it on my agenda for more proper discussion and action item. But please, if you have any comments as you review it, let me know, and we will forward that back to Attorney Theriak so he can work on it.
But you gonna schedule for July 1st?
Well, I'm just going to put it on my report
your
yes,
report
for
on that,
discussion,
okay.
because at that point,
Okay.
I think you guys will have adequate time to review it, and you'll decide, do you want a workshop, or do you want to go straight to public hearing for adoption? We could
Okay.
decide that on July 1st.
Okay.
I've already looked at it, and it's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Good.
Yeah, I
It's very
concur.
thorough.
I concur. Nothing in there was like, no, we're definitely not doing that.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
it was decent.
Well, I'll pass that on to Attorney Theriak. Thank you all
I think
so
I
much.
responded to your email you sent.
You did.
today.
You actually did. I'm sorry, I missed the part where I said I will send Captain Ham and Mr. Smith and Sissy a copy of it this afternoon. I kind of wanted for you guys to look at it, have a discussion to discuss it. First, item 8, the chairman, he would like to discuss if the board is ready to proceed with mandatory garbage pickup, as, again, we're heading into the situation, do we want to find a way, that and the transfer station, are we ready to have?
So this only discussion I would like to have today, and if that's the board agrees. So several years back, the city of Appalachia went through the process of hiring a vendor for trash pickup. And it's been years now, there have been no political challenges or legal challenges, more correctly, to that process. So I would like to find out, Attorney Schuler, if we did try to piggyback on that as a county government, if we tried to piggyback on that contract, what kind of costs were we absorbing for anybody that's displaced to bring back for us to the next meeting to have a discussion about, if the board's wanting to go in that direction, and if it is, what kind of public hearings we need to schedule to be able to do that.
Make sure I understand the question. The piggybacking is one issue. The second issue was
Displacement of any other haulers, because if you pick one, there's a provision in state law, or maybe it's in the actual code, but not law, the administrative code, that there's an amount to be paid, or there's a procedure to pay anybody that's displaced.
Yeah, we looked at that as the state statute. I'll have to
Yeah.
dredge up
Yeah,
dredge
but I
up
think
that
the board,
information.
yes, sir, and I'm not trying to cut you off. I think that the board would need to know what amount of money we're looking at, should we choose to do that. But the reason I bring it up is, so we went around and around this stump, y'all might not know, because we haven't been talking about it, but we went around this stump to try to find a way between FWC's procurement policy, which we have to follow, because the money that was given to us for mandatory, for bear-resistant cans was given to FWC. So we had to follow their procurement process. It is a very difficult process in the current way we're structured. If we had a mandatory trash pickup and one designated hauler, we're done with that process. That's why I want to have the discussion. So we'll see where it goes.
Okay. I don't know that I can answer the board's question with a specific number, because the way I recall the statute, there was a mandatory period of time where you would have to pay the person being displaced.
Mhm.
I don't have any way of knowing how much money those other haulers make, so I don't know how to do the calculation, but I can provide you with the statute.
But I think what it actually provides is a calculation, a way to calculate in the statute. But we can have that discussion.
I'll-
I just wanted to know if the board had an appetite to even direct you to do that.
Okay.
And we'll go from there. That's all I was asking for today.
Yeah, but I just want to make sure I understood the two issues, piggybacking and then the displacement
Right,
statute.
if they don't, I don't want it to go the way we've been having some other discussions here. They either want to do it or they don't. So if you want to do it, let's talk about it. If you don't, let's just say we don't.
and I await instructions.
So how do y'all feel about it? Y'all don't want to have this discussion? You good with it? What are we doing?
I'm okay with having the discussion. We gotta have it. We're gonna have to have it.
Well, we don't necessarily have to have mandatory trash pickup, but I think we're getting to the point where you probably need to tell the state they can have their money back if we don't do it. Because there's not going to be a way to facilitate the way they're saying we have to do it. There's not going to be a way to actually facilitate that in the current structure.
Well, I feel like this is deja vu.
I don't know.
All over again.
I don't know.
No, I'm let's talk about it.
Yeah, you're good. So does anybody have a problem with directing it? Because it's not for action, it's just discussion. Giving Attorney Schuler that direction. We can come back and talk about it at the future meeting.
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, sir, let's do that.
I'll bring it back.
Thank you.
And Commissioners, that's it for me?
Yeah, as long as I just wanted to know if they wanted to have that discussion and agendize it properly and bring it back at a future meeting. That's all I wanted to know.
And I'm sorry, that's it for my report, Commissioners.
Okay.
I forget you guys.
Anyone else have anything for Mr. Morone?
Plenty.
We're good.
But
For reals?
we'll do that.
We're here.
So this day hasn't been long enough for you, huh?
No.
Okay.
Oh, we're not done yet, sir.
Oh, we're not done yet.
Mm-mm. We still got, I don't know, several items to go through. Attorney Schuler, we're up to you, sir.
Okay, action item number 1 is regarding the tourist development tax and possible increase of the 2-cent tax by putting the 2 referendum questions on the ballot to increase the TDC tax from the current 3 to add an additional 2 pennies. The statutory provisions that I believe support this are both found in Chapter 125.0104, subchapter or subparagraph 3, and then subparagraph L and subparagraph N. Those all have to be approved both by ordinance and referendum, and as with the original adoption back in 2005, the ordinance that you adopt would be conditioned and would not become effective unless the referendum is approved. That kind of got to be an issue at the time, as I recall. Some people in the public, some of the commissioners were confused about, well, you know, this has to go to referendum, why are we doing an ordinance? Well, you have to do the ordinance because the statute requires it, but the ordinance itself, you know, on the effective date, it basically would only be effective if approved by the referendum. The referendum would have to occur during the general election. If the board wants to move forward, then it would be a motion to authorize the TDC tax to go up 2% and place the question on the ballot as set forth in Chapter 125.0104. Also to include direction to the supervisor of elections to place the question on the November 2026 ballot, and direct me to prepare the ordinance and the ballot language and bring it back to you at the next meeting. I wanted to point out under these other 2 potential TDC taxes under subparagraph L and N. When it comes to infrastructure, it says you can use this money to pay the debt service on bonds issued to finance the construction, reconstruction, or renovation of a professional sports franchise facility, or the acquisition, construction, reconstruction, or renovation of a retained spring training franchise facility, either publicly owned or operated. Essentially, the infrastructure portions of those 2 subparagraphs we wouldn't really qualify for because they're related to sporting events that don't happen here, but it would be qualified to be used for advertising as you do now, both in the state and internationally. You've got a bit more flexibility in some of the existing TDC taxes that are out there, so perhaps, you know, using pennies 4 and 5 more for advertising, and then using more of 1 through 3 for infrastructure that's authorized by state law is something that we could look at. But I just wanted to make sure and bring that to your attention. So if the board doesn't have any more questions, then I would request a motion on the 3 items as I've just explained them to you.
I have a question,
Yes, sir.
and I want to clarify. In state statute, to make sure the board knows what we're talking about putting on the ballot. The fifth penny always has to have a sunset date, does it not?
I have not looked at the
Yeah, I think
details
it-
at this
well,
point.
that would come back when you bring it
All
back
I've looked
to
at
us.
is the question of, do you want to do it or
Right,
not?
Yes, so I think the fifth penny, you can do it, but I think the fifth penny always has to have a sunset date. And I don't know if it's 5 years or 7 years, and then it can be re-voted on by the public, but it's not, they would not both be in perpetuity is the point I'm trying to make.
Okay, yeah, I'll,
But either way, that'll come back when you come back, if the board wants to move in that direction.
that would be part of the ballot language,
Right, right.
frankly, so I would look at that
Okay.
for next meeting.
Mr. Chairman, do you need 3 separate motions?
No, just one motion that
Okay.
covers those 3 items as I've explained them.
I'll make the motion.
All right. Second. We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Amison. Any additional discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous, 5-0.
Okay, we've already done the public hearing, item 2. Item 3 is the draft moratorium ordinance for data centers and large load customer facilities, and the advertisement for a public hearing on July 1st, which has now been changed to July 15th. I made that call for a couple of reasons, but principally, one of the commissioners reached out to me and wanted to address small-scale data centers in addition to large-scale data centers. My schedule this afternoon is not going to allow me to complete a draft and then get it to the clerk's office by tomorrow.
Yep.
But I've got it. I've already sent the new ad out, and we'll have the ordinance hearing on July 15th. The county is currently covered under your zoning in progress resolution, not to receive or process any data center applications. Though I think I probably would win the lottery sooner than we'll get one of those applications between now and July 15th. But we're covered nonetheless.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
let me ask you a question then. Wakulla County last week was gonna have a meeting for a moratorium on the AI data. They come out with a ban. Why can't we do the same? I want a
That's
ban.
what we talked about last
Well, that's
meeting,
what this
but-
is moving toward. It's accomplishing the same thing, that's what we're moving toward.
Yeah.
And Mr. Chairman, I'll be honest, I'm the
I
one
just
that,
wonder why they
that
were doing it.
asked about the small scale, because there are small scale. I know that small scale is, I think, 50,000 square feet or less. and
No,
then
it's
Is
5,000.
it 5,000?
It's much smaller.
It's-
5,000 square
It's
feet?
much smaller, and I think you want to make sure what that definition is, because I know businesses that are running, where they basically run off a server, and they're at multiple locations, and they're considered small-scale data centers by those definitions. And they're just actual businesses that are existing. in your
Yeah,
community.
we would need to be careful, and I will say that I have violated my own rule by looking at Google AI to get a quick answer. And I noticed in the response, it went down to exactly what the chairman said. I mean, it literally, if you're not careful with the definition, it can be someone, I mean, like over at the clerk's office, they've got a rack of
Computers.
things in their office
Yeah.
of computers that are in this box. I mean,
Server.
it could include that potentially, something that small. So I do want to be careful with the definition, but I also want to be, to honor Commissioner Ward's request to modify the ordinance and bring it back. But I do not intend to define it so that it gets down to such a small, just like a cabinet in someone's office back room. That would just be ridiculous. But a few thousand square feet would certainly be much smaller than the large-scale data center, but much bigger than what people do in their typical business. So it should protect local businesses and not create harm.
What's odd though is we were discussing data centers up here on it just clicked on, I was showing. A guy was emailing me about data centers. Now, is that not something or what? We got to be careful of that. That's that AI working, isn't it?
Oh, even when they're turned off, these things are listening. It's ridiculous.
Bree, to your knowledge, do we have any applications for such?
We do not, no.
Okay.
Okay, so other than the change to add the definition for small data centers as well as large data centers is already in the draft. Does the board have any other directions for me on the draft?
Well, I got a question though. I mean, yeah, so if we define what small, why do we need a definition of small scale if we're not trying to ban those as well?
I thought we were going, I mean, I think that's what Commissioner Ward has intended. She wants the board.
Yeah, but we can't make that definition be what we want it to be. That's kind of
Yeah.
already defined.
I was researching small scale, and it is different though, because some will tell you, I swear I saw somewhere where it said 50,000 square feet, but I could be wrong. You know, Google is Google.
It doesn't always get it right.
No, it hallucinates entirely too badly. I mean, I think I told one of the commissioners this example. Just for the heck of it, I did a Google AI search that said if I bought, $1,000 or $10,000 worth of Netflix stock on January 1st of 2010, how much would I earn today? And
Yeah.
the AI came back and said like $1.3 million. And then I did a manual search with the same question. It came back and said $130,000.
A big difference.
I haven't bothered to figure out which one is right or if they're both wrong.
Yeah, and if you look at that stuff with it, you Google in like that on the AI stuff, there's a disclaimer on it that says, some of these answers may contain mistakes.
Yeah, yeah.
So, can I ask a question? So we know what we're trying to deal with. We're trying to deal with data centers and large load. Because we talked about the demand on the power grid, the demand on the water supply, all the different things is the board okay with just trying to follow this thing through and get to that point of complete ban, and then we can do, if we need to do small scale, we do them in a different ordinance?
Yeah, that's fine.
I mean, I don't want to slow this down or
Yeah.
kind of delay this process.
Okay.
We're already starting in that direction. That's my only, I mean, if that's allowable, is that okay?
Oh, I'm just looking for direction, that's all.
'Cause-
Okay, then we'll deal with small-scale data centers at a different date. We'll also tell you in a sidebar that Bree and I had during the break, she also has some comments that she wants to discuss with me, so there may be some additional changes in the final draft that you get for July 15th.
And so do we need to have board action, so we need to motion and vote on this?
No. I said motion to approve the draft, but that was, call it a typo. Y'all already authorized
Everything else?
the public hearing, and it's just a draft. I was just looking for guidance from the board.
Okay.
Next action item is no parking signs for Sunset Beach subdivision on St. George Island. That is the last house on the right before you go inside the state park, so to speak. They've asked for no parking signs along Gulf Beach Drive in front of their property, the same way that 300 Ocean Mile asked last year for in front of their property. I've attached a copy of the email request from the Homeowners Association. So I am just requesting board approval to direct the road department to put up the no parking signs. And by the way, I did warn them that just like with 300 Ocean Mile, once the signs are put up, how the sheriff interprets that, that's the sheriff's purview, not ours, because when we put the signs up at 300 Ocean Mile, it ended up being a no parking ban for the entire width of that subdivision, so they may end up with the same thing. So they were cautioned.
Mr. Chair, I got a question, because I rode over there to look at it, put my eyes on it.
Uh-huh.
All right, I see no parking signs. It's not the whole width of 300 though, because there was
No, but the sheriff's interpreting it that way.
Okay, well,
Yeah, they are.
there was a lot of cars parked there.
Well, I haven't been there, I haven't been there since last summer, because I had heard about how the no parking was being enforced. I wanted to go see for myself, and there were lots of, I guess, street signs or cones or something that were put up blocking parking in that area. They may have been pulled up since then. I don't know, but in this case, the request for board action is limited just to the homeowner's request to put up no parking signs. So,
Well, the homeowner association, yes.
And the reason I asked that, Mr. Chairman, is because I didn't know if there was a certain part of 300, in front of 300 that they had, because the signage is not, I mean, well, it's not FDOT standard by any means, but I was like, well, did they just get a certain section of that was no parking, or is there?
No, they addressed, that particular issue, they addressed where historically some of the residents said, this is the spot here that's a problem, and this spot's a problem.
Mhm.
So that's kind of how they addressed it.
Okay, because I mean, I
Working
believe
with the HOA.
the people that were parked there were actually people that were staying at 300, because I seen a boat trailer on one vehicle. And
Yeah, and I think if they would have just been staying there, it'd been one thing. But they were consistently, from their perspective to ours, and that's what they communicated to us. They were having people that were just leaving stuff parked there.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think that was the bigger problem for that HOA.
And last year, and I think the sheriff's interpretation is correct, although that may not have been what the homeowners intended, but I believe the correct interpretation given by the sheriff, although we have nothing to do with the enforcement, is when you put up no parking signs, the ordinance says no parking between the no parking signs. So, I mean, there was one at one entrance and one at another, and that's in between. So how does the board
You
actually
need motion to vote
requested-
for this, correct?
Sir?
You need board action?
Yes, sir. I was going to say the board action is discussion, and that the board is going to elect to approve this request to place the no parking signs at Sunset Beach subdivision.
All right, what's the pleasure of the board?
So move.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Croom. Any additional discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Commissioners, the next item follows up on your action at the last meeting to approve the additional mailing cost. The proposal that Accenture, your outside consultant from the MSBU rate study, had delivered to you. I now have the letter agreement, which I asked them to prepare. The letter agreement is consistent with the presentation at the last meeting, which is an estimated range of 8,000 to 8,500 first-class notices to affected property owners, and a total estimated cost between $13,250 and $14,000. And I'm just requesting board approval for the chairman to sign this letter agreement on behalf of the board for the subject matter just discussed.
So move.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward.
Second.
Second from Commissioner Sanders. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. We're sending it out.
Also, following up from the last meeting, I believe it was Commissioner Amison had discussed a potential, or requesting an addendum to the existing FDOT staging agreement so that a backup secondary location could be set aside or agreed upon by the parties in the event it was necessary to have a secondary location. This is the addendum that accomplishes that. It essentially identifies in a broader sense, not in a specific location, that if FDOT or the county decide that there needs to be a secondary or other site for FDOT staging during emergencies, the parties will agree where that's going to be. FDOT would be responsible, as they were in the original agreement, that if their entry road requires improvement and maintenance for their heavy equipment to get in, that they'll be responsible for that improvement and maintenance of that entryway during the period of the emergency. So our road department is not bogged down. They'll need to, if necessary, stabilize the ground so they're not digging big ruts and holes and so forth, on the ground. The land clearing is not required for them to clear the area. However, the county commission is also not obligated to do that. What the addendum provides is that the county may clear the area depending on availability of resources and as needed. So I'm sure we'll help them out when needed and as able, but it's not a mandatory obligation for FDOT or for the county. If we're in an emergency, then obviously emergency situations take precedence. And, yep, that's it.
Pleasure of the board.
So moved.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Amison, second by Commissioner Sanders. Any discussion, Commissioners? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Okay, final action item is a request for an executive session in the lawsuit entitled "The Landing at SGI LLC versus Franklin County, case number 2025-CA-56. That's the Burt Harris lawsuit. And pursuant to Florida Statute, Chapter 286, specifically, I believe the subsection is 286.011, subsection 8. I am requesting that the board authorize an executive session to meet in private with your attorneys and the county coordinator to discuss pending litigation subject to the requirements set forth by said statute. Board action requested is board authorization to hold an executive session as set forth above. If you, as before, if you authorize the executive session, then I will coordinate with Mr. Morone on a date, time, and place to have that executive session. And obviously, the place will be here, but the date and the time.
All right. Pleasure of the board.
So moved.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Sanders. Commissioner Amison has seconded that motion. Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? That's unanimous, 5-0. Anything else, sir?
I've got the information items that I've put on the report just for your information. To add to that, just an update for the board, because you had mentioned recently, what's going on with the FDOT road project between Carabel and East Point. They're still going through their eminent domain proceedings, and since the last board meeting, we have 3 final judgments on 3. I think there may be one other case still pending out there. I would need to verify that, but we do have 3 final judgments on, not we, the county, but FDOT on their eminent domain proceedings as they move forward with that project. So just wanted to bring that to the board's attention. And that concludes my report, unless y'all have any questions for me.
Commissioners, y'all have any questions for Attorney Schuler? I think we're talked out. Any commission comments?
Just, Mr. Chairman, real quick, I did contact Ammon Webb with FDOT about the paving project. And of course, he said that, they are doing the sidewalk work, the road work, the ditch and culvert work before they start the resurfacing project. I did tell him that I felt like that some of the work that American Sands was doing with the sidewalks, with the barrels out in the middle of the road, needed to be addressed. So he said he would address that. In addition to that, they ran into the problem. The reason why there's been no work at the red light there in front of Coastline is because I think someone mentioned before, they were piling down the piles and ran into a problem with, I guess they hit concrete, so they weren't able to drive the piles down any further. So their engineers are supposed to be working on that, coming up with a new concept, a new plan of what next step to take to mitigate that. And I think, did you ever confirm if that, I know you sent an email out saying that they come up with a plan or we're gonna do it, or was that a different area?
No, that was a different area.
Okay.
Yeah, he was west of that area.
Okay, because he said, we could put up 2 red lights. Because there's another area that they're gonna have to do that same thing with, and I'm like, he said, but we felt like, it'd be best to just do the one at a time to close that one lane instead of 2 separate, which I agree. I was like, well, thank you for doing that, but, so these engineers are supposed to be coming up with this plan about how to pile I told them, I said, well, just ask them for our local people, they probably tell you how to do it, but. Anyway, he just wanted us to know that they are working on it as best they can, to be patient and all that. So I just want to update the board.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other commissioner comments?
I did see workers.
Maybe.
I'll leave it at
Listen,
that.
I saw workers after that meeting we had last
Good.
week. I took a picture, I was gonna send it,
Well,
but
maybe
they
me
just got away
talking
from
to
me.
him. Maybe they come up with a plan. Maybe me calling him, lighting some fire under his
But
butt. I don't know.
then, next couple of days, I didn't see workers.
Yeah.
So.
Any other commissioner comments?